It's a very good morning from me, Clive Tilsley, and welcome to Media City in Manchester for this long-awaited clash between academia and content. The catchily titled Sports Journalism Educators Conference. I can see one or two people in this packed crowd looking a little nervous and just beginning to wonder if this guy really does talk like this all of the time. There's good news on that front. That's just what I do when I'm at work. Communication. When people do ask me what I do for a living, my first instinct is to say, if you really don't know, you're not going to believe me. Commentating is not a real job. But what I'd like to be able to say is that I am in communication, that I am by profession a communicator. I am very, very old. But good communication has never been more important at any time in my long life. Never been more important, never more challenged. We are surrounded by fake news sources. The man who invented fake news needs a fact-check explainer every time he speaks in order to tell the audience which parts of it weren't true. My mentor always implored me to talk to the audience, but increasingly, I think that audience, our audience, doesn't quite know what to believe, doesn't quite know who to believe. So, we need to get better. We need to be better than ChatGPT. And in order to get better, we need to educate the young communicators of tomorrow, the human ones, how to connect with those audiences better. And it's that connection that I think we're all here to discuss today, a connection between the educators in our field, sports communication, and those that are already creating sports communication content, the media. From September, I'm going to be a regular here at Media City as a visiting lecturer for a new Salford University media course. I don't want to come here as a turn, as a bit of light entertainment. I want to contribute to readying the students on the course for a working life in communication. And to do that, well, I need to better understand what the industry wants and needs from its next generation of content creators. And that's where you lot all come in. That's the conversation that we need to have today. And to start that conversation, please welcome your host for the conference, the program leader in sports journalism at Salford, Dr. Taylor Umland.
There we go. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate it. I know it's a little conceited, but I decided to do the keynote at my own conference. I thought that was the best way to go about it. But I've had this recurring fear as we've been coming up to this, that we'd get here to this day, and it would be a bit like a bad first date, you know, where it all sort of seems good on paper, but kind of fizzles. But then the email started, and the text messages, and the late signups, and they were all from journalists, freelancers, people in sports media working for teams, all saying relatively the same thing. This conversation needs to happen. And this talk isn't about giving you answers. It's about the questions that I think we all sort of quietly carry. It's about, what is sports journalism today? What is sports media today? Are we preparing our students rightly? Or are we just kind of hoping that it all lines up and works out? And can we do something about it together as a field? The funny thing is, the whole impetus for this started with a podcast that I did called The University of You, where I interviewed sports media students about being sports media students. It's very niche, very inside. I'm not sure who the audience was, but when I listened back to the whole thing, I transcribed all the interviews, and I saw a research paper opportunity where I saw these students were sharing with me their motivations. Why do they want to be a sports journalist from the earliest times? From explaining it from 2, 3, 4 years old, that connection to sport. And the things that they opened up with were incredible. So I saw this research paper opportunity, and if anybody here has ever written a research paper, You have to do a lit review. You have to see what other literature is out there. What is that research? And when I went looking, none. Desert. Absolutely nothing. There is no research on sports media, students, and frankly, there's very little research on the sports media field at all. And it's funny because these students are everywhere, growing every single year. They're playing, creating, dreaming, doing years of training, but we haven't stopped to ask, what future are they walking into? What are we doing to help them? And what is the actual standard for sports media education today? I've worked at 4 universities in the last 10 years, all in sports media. I've led courses, I've redesigned modules, I've talked to hundreds of students. And what has become clear to me is the gap between education and the field is not shrinking. It's getting wider. But the interest in this conference shows me that I'm not alone. And it's not a niche concern anymore. This right now, today, is where that conversation can begin. But I skipped a card. I tend to do that. Sports media degrees have boomed since the early 2000s. There are 26 universities in the UK that offer a BA or an MA in sports media degrees. And that is the most in one country in the entire world by some margin. And it's not just education that's grown, it's the field as well. Sports media, once thought as the sandbox, is now its own 24/7 entity. From matchday content to midweek features, branded interviews, TikTok explainers, podcasts, documentaries, commentary, sports media doesn't just stand alongside journalism anymore. It is journalism and marketing and entertainment, and really at the end of the day, identity. But here's the thing, that growth hasn't been coordinated. Because honestly, we haven't really had a chance to stop and catch our breath and ask, are we doing it the right way? Are we teaching sports media in a way that actually reflects the market? And does the market have, does the market have needs that our graduates aren't meeting? And if so, who's gonna fix it? Meanwhile, student numbers are rising all the time. Outcomes are being tracked, enrollments, progression, jobs. Educators are starting to quietly ask themselves, what are we even training these students for? The umbrella's too big. Because we know students care. They work hard, they show up, but if the field keeps shifting and an education reacts instead of leads, we're behind. Behind an industry that evolves faster than a 3-year curriculum can. And that's why this conference exists, to pause, take stock, and ask, what does the field need now, but also next, 3 years from now? I often describe sports media as a pie, and journalism, as important as it is a sliver of that pie. It holds fairness, balance, public interest, it values subjectivity but challenges narratives, and it tries to understand what's really going on. And it should stand apart from media and PR, which is always concerned about the brand. But they blur. And this means that we have to prepare our students not just to know what to write, but where they're publishing and who they're working for. It's a vastly more complicated market than it used to be. At nearly every open day that I've been to, I start by asking, if I could give you your dream job right now, how many of you would want to work for your favorite club? And about 70% of hands go up. Hey, that guy. And about 70% of hands go up every single time. That's the media they consume. That's the media they love, and that's the content they want to make. And you know what? That's not a bad thing. The market is supporting it. Media departments at clubs and brands are expanding all the time. And I try to even reflect this in my teaching, and I've gone as far as designing portfolios where students are turning in journalistic work and PR branded work side by side with one another in the same portfolio, just to try to help them understand where the lines are and that the lines can blur, and they need to know the difference. I lost my place. Sorry, everybody. I really wanted to make that point. But one year, I was teaching. We had 40 second-year students, all seeking a placement at the same time. And they worked for athletes, podcasts, social media outlets, rugby analytics firms, betting companies. Very few of them actually had experience in newsrooms. the first sort of experience that students are getting mostly in sports media is varied and very different. This is sort of encapsulated in my favorite story to tell about a student named Arthur. He was from Huddersfield, and he was a massive Huddersfield Town fan for his sins. And he came to Leeds Beckett, and his first 6 weeks of term, I got him a chance to go to Huddersfield Town and ask a question at the press conference. And he was so excited. He got there, and he flubbed it hard. You know, he was really embarrassed. He came back. He told me all about it. But he worked that courage back up. We contacted Huddersfield again and said, can he come back? 3 weeks later, he goes back, and he nailed it. And from then, I saw Arthur's confidence skyrocket. But that was because the clubs helped, right? There's a difference in it's not journalistic, but it is sort of. It's the media environment they're getting to exist in. And because of that opportunity, Arthur's confidence went on to fly, and he graduated and now works for Huddersfield Town. Great end of that story. But the one thing I've learned working as a lecturer is that listening is really the most important thing. Students tell you what they need, not so much directly, but in the gaps. You know, in the gaps between what they wish they'd knew at the point and what they actually knew. You know, when they got into that interview or when they got to edit that piece of content or were live on air and wish they would have known something, that's when they'll tell you what they need. And I really try to listen and guide my teaching by those gaps. But you know what, today is about more than those gaps. Today is about some of the bigger questions. Is like, how do we teach AI in a field that can't keep up with, the university can't keep up with the pace of change in terms of how our curriculums change? How do we support students who show up as influencers with thousands of followers, but maybe don't know how to write or verify? And how do we create opportunities for all sports media students? Not just placements. I'm talking actual mentorship, being connected with the field to give students the best opportunities. So these questions don't have obvious answers. They are questions we have to ask together to try to shape a future and leave it better than we found it. So what is today really? It's an experiment. I really wanted to see if we could get all these people in one room together at the same time. Educators, media managers, journalists, freelancers, students, all in one room together at the same time to talk about the future of our field. And it turns out we can. But this isn't a lecture series, it's a conversation with space to pause, respond, challenge, and collaborate. My last thing I'll leave you with is a story about a PhD story that I really like to tell because I think it sort of encapsulates everything I want this conference to be. A few weeks ago, I was teaching MA sports journalism students, and I remarked how much I like my job as an academic. And he said to me, I have never heard an academic tell me that they like their job, which sort of floored me. But, you know, I told him, like, I love being curious. I love following answers until I can get it. And honestly, the really only big difference is in academia, you get a bit more time, right? But when I talked to him about this, it sort of opened up his mind, and a week later, he came back and told me he was going to start looking into PhD programs. And the reason I bring that up is, where is the path for that student in sports media? You know, where is that room for that analytical, reflective mind to start working in analyzing our field rather than just going into production? And I really think that's something where we need to start turning a corner with sports media and start thinking about how we craft it, how we analyze it, how we think about ourselves and what we want this industry to be. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm really honored. Honestly, there was a long time when I thought that this issue that we're talking about today, sports media education, was something that really only lived in my head. And I have found out today that that is wrong. So thank you very much for being here. I'm very honored, and I'm really looking forward to what today has to bring. Thank you very much.
BC. I'm very, very old indeed. I tell them about the first journalist. His name was Phidippides. He was the man who ran from the Battle of Marathon, the 26 miles to Athens, to tell the elders there who had won. When he arrived in Athens, he declared, "We won," and then he dropped dead. Broadcasters are a bit dramatic like that. And as he lay there on the floor, the elders must have started to say to themselves, "We won. Is he Athenian or is he Persian?" I think he's an Athenian. I don't know, it looks a little bit Persian. We one didn't quite cover the story. I didn't say he was a very good journalist. I just said that he was the first journalist. And you know, the model for journalism, to witness an event, to check the result, and to tell those who couldn't be there, that lasted pretty much from 490 BC to when I started in local radio in the late 1970s. It's a very different gig now. The provision and the consumption of information, it just changes by the day. Keeping pace with those changes and yet providing that same information service is a challenge that all of our first panel have faced and met. As reporters, journalists, filmmakers, they know how to navigate the growing number of obstacles to getting that information from its sources to its audience. And we can learn an awful lot from them. Please welcome to the stage, one by one, the sports editor of BBC News, Dan Rowan. The Radio Manchester presenter, Natalie Pike. I didn't want to mention Manchester City, Natalie. I'll let you do that. Radio 4, Radio 5 Live, Johnny Bentley. The development editor of The Athletic, Craig Chisnell. And ITV reporter and award-winning filmmaker, Gabriel Clark. Taylor will chair this panel.
Okay, so here's how today is going to work. We're going to call this a town hall conference. And what I want from these panels is the panelists are going to get first crack at whatever they're talking about. But this is a mic, right? And I want interaction from the audience. This is the first time we've ever all been in a room together. I'd like to take advantage of it. So when it's done, we'll open it to panelists for comments they might have to have. And we're going to be coming to the floor a lot and offering at least. So if you want to say something, you can actually throw this around. Jordan, it actually can be thrown around. Yeah? So let's use that today, and that's how we're going to get going. Okay. So first thing we're going to do, thank you for being here, everybody. Really appreciate it, is we're just going to give you've been introduced, people know your name, but we're just going to go down the line. Just give us a little bit about who you are, where you work, what you do, what you're proud of, sort of thing. So we'll start with you, Gabriel.
Hello, nice to see you all. My name's Gabriel Clark. I've been not quite as in the game quite as long as Clive Tilsey, but I've been working as a journalist, started in news and then transferred to sport, maybe did a more traditional route via newspapers, radio, and then into television. And I had the privilege of working in sport and the sports world for ITV, and then through my film company in the last 10 years, so for about 35 years or so. So I've covered a lot of sports, had the privilege to cover a lot of events, and still as fascinated by the subject as I was, I think, when I got into it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We got Craig Chisnell from The Athletic. Go ahead, Craig.
Hi. I'm the development editor of The Athletic, and probably speak to an awful lot of your students in my job these days. I'm sort of half traditional editor, half teacher these days, which is a real mix, and a job that I'm really thrilled to do, because I love seeing all the young people come through and the opportunities that we're giving. I know we launched in a blaze of publicity back in 2019, so we're almost 6 years old, but we have also given a lot of young people chances at The Athletic, and I'm really proud of that, and we continue to do so. I started on a course at UCLan 22 years ago, which sounds absolutely mad, and I've sort of always thought I'd be a reporter, never thought I'd be an editor, but quickly became an editor and have worked in all kinds of sports, love all kinds of sport. I know we cover football primarily, but I'm really chuffed that we've just started covering cricket, and yeah, I'm really passionate about traditional old school values and storytelling and doing that way as well, and just old school values of contacts, speaking to people, and also now providing feedback. What I will say is I probably provide feedback in a much more friendly way than I was told when my copy was. It will be broadcast on YouTube. I won't use the words I was told, but it was Chisnell something this, something northern something, and we're a bit more constructive these days at The Athletic, and I'm really proud of that.
It's interesting that you mentioned values, because I think that's one of the things that we're going to get into today is what are sports journalism values anymore. I think they do need some sort of definition, so thank you. Johnny Bentley,
Yes.
go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
So Johnny Bentley, probably fresh faced. I kept the beard so I could keep up, with all you guys. Don't want to look too young. Jack of all trades, probably master of none. Depending on who you talk to, work across TV, writing, radio, BBC Radio 5 Live, Radio 4, BBC Sport, Radio Manchester, Reach. Would love the Athletic at some point, by the way. And yeah, basically really someone who's really adapted to the freelance life. No by choice, essentially. Prefer the outlook of being versatile across different mediums, prefer the outlook of being able to do all things in an ever-changing landscape, whereby we don't know what the future holds. So in my head, I always think it's good to be able to write, good to be able to perform in front of a camera, Pete's to camera, by the way, good to perform on radio, good to be able to produce, do all of these things. And in my current, is that coming off there?
A little bit.
Okay. In my current
professional.
landscape, yes, it's really good to be able to do that. And also alongside that, a private tutor for people in academia, as I've told Taylor before, but also people who are young in the journalism industry that want some advice on how to progress. So I'm really happy to sort of give that back where I can. I'm still learning, still developing. If I'm with some of these guys, in 20, 30 years' time, I'll be absolutely over the moon if I'm still standing then. I really hope to be.
That is an introduction.
Thank you.
Natalie Pike,
Hi,
please
everybody.
introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Natalie Pike, everybody. I do not work for Radio Manchester, which is an interesting start to a journalistic conference. There's a lesson immediately there. I haven't worked for Radio Manchester in over about 2.5 years, but I did used to, kind of where I started presenting a sports show on Radio Manchester. And now I'm freelance. I work for 5 Live, for Talk Sport, for DAZN. I've just come back from presenting the Women's Champions League final out in Lisbon. And I work for Manchester City as well, so I have worked there for a long time. I'm their lead presenter on everything that they do, programme-wise, events-wise. I did Kevin De Bruyne's last interview on the pitch, which was an incredible moment. And then outside of football, I work in other sports. I'm breaking out, trying to get into as many sports. I love live sports, so I work in horse racing. I've recently started working for the ATP in tennis. I'm going to be doing the 100 this year. In cricket, so trying to expand, but I do presenting, I do reporting, I am a reporter for Talk Sport, so I have a bit of a varied kind of history, and I guess as well, I could probably sit on an influencer conference as well, which is just accidentally happened due to the growing world of social media. I have quite a large social media following, and I probably get paid more, to be honest, from social media than I do from broadcasting, certainly from reporting. So I have a varied timeline.
That's perfect, thank you. And then Dan Roan, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, as you said, I'm sports editor for the BBC. I've been based over the road now here in Media City since 2012 after the Olympics. Came up here then when BBC Sport moved up. So it was a BBC News trainee back in the day, then went to Sky Sports News for a few years. Then I freelanced for a couple of years, went for Satanta before it collapsed, and was made redundant. So then started to freelance a couple of years, and then got back into the Beeb in 2010, became editor in 2014, and since then it's been a huge privilege to have that beat, because I think it's the best area of news you can have. Really, it's the most varied. All of life is there in sport, I think, and I've been very fortunate in that decade since. I think we've been through a sort of golden era of sports news when you think about some of the stories we've had the chance to cover. So, and the amazing events, good and bad stories. It's a role that really encompasses, as some of the guys have said, that sort of variety, which I love. Both in terms of different sports, the events, the stories, but also different output from the big traditional TV news bulletins through to radio, and then increasingly over recent years digital as well, and more writing. So it's very varied.
It's everywhere, isn't it? Yeah. Well, let's start there with you, Dan. My first question is, I think before we can really get into talking about what sports media education is, or how do we help sports media education students or sports journalism, I think we need to start with sports journalism. It's what you all up here are doing, and start with, what are the values of sports journalism, in your opinion, that are important, that set it apart from, say, everything else in the pie? And it doesn't have to be every single one, but the stuff that you think is very important to have journalistic values, specifically in sport.
Well, I guess if we apply this to the roles you guys have when you're obviously successes in whatever area of news they will have covered, and they just happen to have applied it to sport. And I suppose in order to achieve that, you need to the most basic principle is to just be interested, curious, inquisitive in the world around you. And I think if when I've gone into colleges and unis to speak to sports media students, there will be a contingent that clearly aren't that interested in the world beyond the club they support or the sport that they love. And I think that it depends on what role you want to do. Of course, I appreciate that, but I think most roles now in sports journalism, sports media, the broad sort of gamut of these different roles, require an appreciation for not just the escapism, the triumph, the defeat, the emotion that comes with action on the field. It has to have an appreciation for the money, the business, the law, the ethics that surround sport increasingly, the geopolitics. You can't cover a World Cup anymore unless you have a kind of appreciation for geopolitics, whether it's in Russia or Qatar or the United States next year. You can't cover an Olympic Games or a Paralympics without an appreciation for anti-doping or for the debate around gender. You can't cover Premier League football without knowledge of or an interest in financial regulation. When I started out as a reporter in sport in '03 at Sky, there weren't many sports reporters who cared for those areas. Because I suppose that was at the time when sport was about to go global, huge money was beginning to get invested in it, very political. We had more and more scandals, ethical issues. But sport has become, for many, many people, I think especially younger people, the vessel through which a lot of our ethical debates are conducted socially.
Yes.
And have the right passion and they get the right stories, they can actually change the world a little bit.
Showing
and I
them
think
their
that's
power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You demonstrate that to them. And then there's obviously all the other sort of practicalities of, and I'm sure these things are done already, but I would be sort of saying to them, look, as dull as it may appear, you need to start reading the odd independent commission ruling from Court of Arbitration for Sport, or you might want to invite a few lawyers in to speak to sports lawyers, go and attend a day in court, in trying to engender some of these traditional values that news journalists would have seen as a natural thing to do. Again, I appreciate not every sports media role this is going to be a regular daily use to you, but the guys, I can't remember what year it was when Liverpool played Madrid in Paris, and there will be issues out. Was that 22? 22. Any journalist covering that event for any news channel would have suddenly faced a different story to the one they expected.
Well, look at Liverpool a few weeks ago.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Would have switched like that.
Exactly. I mean, I remember being in Paris last summer. A quiet day, not quiet day, but a regular day, and then suddenly all hell breaks loose when there's suddenly a boxer refuses to fight in the boxing arena, and the whole Games is overwhelmed by a story that no one saw coming. And these things can happen at any time. And I think sports media students have to be excited by that prospect. It is an incredibly unpredictable world we're in. Anything can happen at any time. And if you're not tooled up with those skills, then you're going to be caught out, and then real trouble can begin.
Making people aware of their power and responsibility.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a very broad landscape, isn't it? And the way Dan sold it is a brilliant way to sell it, to be at the forefront of the big stories, to be at the forefront to tell the narratives. And that's how we need to sort of sell it, because I'm sure you're all aware as well that when you start off in the industry, particularly maybe in sport writing, for example, some of those roles, a lot of them right now are trends writing roles, where you go into a role, you look at the trend on social media, you get 400, 500 words on that, you stretch it out as much as you can, SEO to hell it, right? And you get that, and then sometimes people will say, oh, well, how much is that? Well, I've known writing websites, which I won't name, that used to pay £10 per article, which takes about an hour and a little bit to go, and you couldn't write more than 6 a day. And that's a great pathway to getting experience, but it's not something sustainable after you finish the course. So I think it's really important, like Dan said, like Natalie said, to expand on the opportunities around there, because right at the start, the amount of people, graduates that come to me, that talk to me and say, oh, is this a good place for me to go? Is this a good place for me to go? Well, it's good to build a bit of experience, yeah, but it's not sustainable. £10 for an article that basically takes an hour plus to do, might be 12 now. It's gone up a little bit. Okay, but again, trends writing as well isn't something that's going to stretch a journalist. It's a good skill to have, by the way, because a lot of engagement is done by reacting to the stories of the day and getting it out really quickly, churning it out, getting it out really quickly and putting it out there so that you can get clicks on Google. But it maybe isn't as inspiring as some of the things that Dan and Natalie have said already. And also, at the same time, again, it's not maybe financially sustainable in that sense as well. So when you get all that and you're looking at that, you're thinking, I could do this, could do that. Why would you not want to work for your own football club? Because that looks like a more enviable place to go in that sense.
And when you got to think, when people have got smartphones in their hands from being 8, 9, 10, and
that's old. No, that was 4, isn't it?
But that, that's the content that they see immediately. That's almost the first thing that they're going to connect sports to when it comes to their phones and how they interact with media. Anything else from anybody? Yes. Get your boom. Get the box. We got to use it. Thank you.
I'm Simon Wilkes. I used to work for Sky Sports as production editor. So sat across everything, the website, the TV production, work on Sunday Night Football, and put a tablet in Gary Neville's hand and started talking about Twitter and stuff. So that was good. But I've always worked with universities for 20 years because I got my break as a reporter at PA Sport.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. So I was a reporter that started with a pen and paper going to Grimsby. So I've seen it evolve. I went to UCLan, but in the 90s. So I've seen it really evolve. But just touching on what is sports journalism now, I've run loads of placements. I have done for 20 years. And the missing thing that, the missing piece at the moment, I think, is exactly what you were talking about. It's as important for them to know what meta description is as media law. Yeah. They need to know the theory, but then they need to know how to put a story together with keywords, and they need to know that Man United, M-A-N-U-T-D, needs to be in the headline, not Manchester United. Because Google,
people are
lazy on Google. Yeah. So they have to understand search volume, they have to understand Google Analytics, and they have to understand, we train, I take a lot of students and they come in and they can write. Their writing is brilliant, we put it in a Google Doc and it's clean. It might take them an hour to write it, and then half an hour to present it ready in a content management system.
When I used to do it when I used to work for Reach, and I used to work across all the Reach departments, it'd take me 25 minutes to put some copy together on something 20, 15, trying to make myself sound more impressive. But the actual half of the time after that was, as you said, SEO headline, sub-headline, image, get the image correct, get the copyright correct, etc., metadata, all of that, and like you say, that's as important almost as the writing itself. I don't think, like I say, I think there's definitely scope to be in that. What I would say is that, as I was saying before, sometimes people will not give you the most advantageous finances to do that kind of stuff. Great if you're freelancing potentially. I mean, Reach actually, when I used to write for Reach, it was a nice solid shift amount. So it wouldn't be based article. It was very good for what it was. But there are other companies beneath Reach, for example, that know that it's very competitive. Know there's a lot of journalists coming out of that pool, and they will take advantage of that. I mean, some people write for free.
I was just going to say, going on to what sports journalism is and how it's evolving. To me, breaking news doesn't really exist anymore. Everyone's seen it. Everyone's seen it on Twitter or X or TikTok. So you have to establish, and going back to what Gabriel said, you have to establish the tone of voice, and that depends on who you're working for. If it's for Sky, if it's for BBC, or if it's for Planet Football or a blog, it's totally different. So, but with Google's update, because of AI, Google has gone and told publishers the thing they value most is expertise, experience, authority, and trust, because there's so much fake news. So we just trust in that. We take journalism students. We like that they're being taught the theory. I think it's down to us as educators and people in the industry to then maybe come and do guest lectures to show, that I do that with UCLan because my friend runs the course. I show all of that side of it. So you just need a foot in both camps because you need to know the technical and data. I'm the same with you. I commission all my data writing. They love it because they all play FIFA. They're talking about stuff I have no idea what they're talking about. But I've had to learn it as well because I like data analysis. And as much as we like it, betting is so intertwined in sports journalism. So you have to understand how betting works, what odds are. You don't need to be a gambler yourself, but they pay so much money. It goes back to another moral issue that Dan mentioned. You just got to accept it. You know, it's there and it's part of the it's part of the sports content experience. You watch the Ryder Cup and you're having a bet on it. You watch a football match. But I love what you were saying. We've got to enjoy so we've got to celebrate why we love sport as well. Make sure that runs through your content.
I'd slightly just disagree on one point with the breaking news. Like, we work so hard, particularly with Adam Crafton, who, like, interesting with your original question about young people. I'm amazed that more people don't want to be Adam. Like, he's one of the best journalists I've worked with, and he's under 30. He's absolutely brilliant and so fearless. Like, the abuse he gets on Twitter and in the comment section now that has even changed in the last 3 years or 4 years of the Athletic, it's now a bit of a cesspit on the comments, particularly on the bigger clubs. But breaking news, we work so hard to make sure nothing appears until it's done, and then we go hard across TikTok or socials. We've got a whole social media team, and I've had to learn how to rewrite headlines almost to get. If you put transfer in a headline now, everyone clicks on it. Yeah. My son's 13 and TikTok, and Dad, first question I get at home is, who are we signing today? That's all he's interested in. But and you've got to get Manchester United, transfer, name, bang, and then you're like, oh God, that headline's terrible. But it's like,
but it works.
But it worked. Yeah. It's totally changed from 5-6 years ago when I worked at the Times, and it was just, you could like ponder over a nice headline. I do miss that a bit, but now it's like SEO, bang, Man U, transfer, whoever it is.
But you're known for that, and you've got the resources. That's what everyone goes. You're a trusted source for that, right? So I'm almost talking about journalism students that are coming out. You're not gonna, unless you go and work for the Athletic and you've got that, or unless you've got a contact book as long as your arm, which they're not going to have. It's very hard to compete and say I'm going to be the next guy that's breaking all the news. So I think you can still get into that space as long as you find an interesting angle and your take on that breaking news.
Yes, agree.
I think the interesting thing in the last sort of 10 minutes or so is how much the words journalism and content of you said journalism, then you said content, or content, then you said journalism, because it relates to the basic point about, do you want to be a sports journalist in the old school sense, or do you want to be working for a club that's creating content? And you said that was really interesting in your introduction when you said we do a theory where you write a story and then you do a content, so you're moduling the two. Yep. And I think that's the threat to a degree to old school journalism is will that word be in your conference in 5 years' time, or will it be content? So I think that's the bigger question, and maybe that's why you're having this conference in the first place. Because are you worried that journalism is endangered? Not necessarily because people don't want to be journalists, there just aren't the roles for them to be journalists. And I think that's the sort of bigger question. And obviously the more platforms remain, the more channels that remain for that journalism, the better. Then the more opportunity there is to be a journalist. But I think it's the bigger question around everything. It's the way sport in particular is now the source for just so much type of different content, which has a degree of journalism, as you said, a slither of journalism, is it in it or not?
Very good. Okay, I'm going to move on. Gabriel, I'm going to follow up with you on our next sort of topic. And it's about what I would call the want versus need argument. When we're looking at sports journalists, we sort of have this idea that we are competing with everything else that's also being put out by clubs, by organizations, whatever. And it's meant to be flashy, it's meant to be engaging, and sports journalists are living in that same exact space. But we then, as sports journalists, have to decide what information, do we give people what they want? And we look at the data, we can see what they want, we can see what they read. Put Man United in a transfer and a headline and you got to read, right? Is it our responsibility to keep giving people what they want, or do we have a responsibility as sports journalists to decide what people need? And how does that feed down to decision making for students?
That sounds a little, how much do you presume to know what people need?
Exactly.
That's a pretty fundamental question, and should you be arrogant enough to know that? I don't know. You just go from your one's personal work or the platform you work for. I think there's a degree of. I don't know, last week we did a story, a 7-minute feature into the England game about Jack Leslie, the first black player to be selected for England, which was a story known in Plymouth, and it was a century since that selection. And that wasn't necessarily what maybe people might have wanted in terms of a story, but you felt like it was a story to a degree that ITV, as the England broadcaster, maybe needed to tell. because it was a story for every England football fan, and it was a challenge to maybe persuade the editor that that is maybe what we want to tell before an England-Senegal game, but the reaction to it was that it was needed and also wanted once it had gone out. So I think you have those battles. Maybe that's what you're referring to, you know, to a degree on the front line. That's what you know. Maybe I sort of feel, if you're talking about want and need, where you're fighting those battles. But obviously there'll be times when the content should just be about the game, and there's plenty enough in the game to be discussed. I think in that role anyway, as a feature reporter, that's maybe where you have that battle.
Very good. Anybody else want to pick up on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think good stories are the key here, and they don't always have to be negative or about scandal or wrongdoing. You know, one of our sort of principles we try and adhere to is this idea of telling the audience something they don't know about, something they care about. So, for example, there was a story a colleague of mine, Alex Howe, did during the Euros last year in Germany around England and the use of pickle juice. He did a feature on the fact that a lot of players who knew that they apparently take pickle juice, and it's a source of.
Delicious. No.
I've never tasted it, but apparently it's a thing, right? And it just went gangbusters. It flew huge numbers, huge interest, because it's an original angle on a bigger story. We did something like last week I did a big piece on the Club World Cup. You know, there's a lot of interest in the Club World Cup, this curiosity. The angle we took was the Saudi angle, the fact that they're effectively bankrolling this tournament. Why is that? Is it connected to the fact they got given the World Cup unopposed? Discuss. And the number of people who have said to me since that piece, wow, I didn't realise Saudis were involved in the Club World Cup in that extent. And I think it's an interesting example because it sort of speaks to this. There are areas which you might presume people aren't going to be interested in because it's kind of worthy or geopolitical and controversial, but actually don't underestimate the audience. We know there's interest in this event, let's find a different angle to it, and that will be very popular while informative. So you can do both things at the same time. And I mean, I have to say, I think Gabriel's interviews, I mean, he's a master of his craft. I love the idea of the interview. The amount of preparation you clearly put into them is extraordinary, but a traditional idea of an interview with an England player or a manager can always create an original angle, which you probably hadn't thought about. And I think that is the art. And that's something I really, really would love to think that students are being encouraged to look at, study, and appreciate the preparation that goes into these things. You know, so yes, it's giving what people want, but maybe doing it in an informative way, and then you don't have to compromise that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I think that idea of trying to be original is king, because there's so much coverage. There's so much out there. Like I say, you cannot be under-researched. But and then the challenge often is getting the access, which is really difficult.
Yeah.
Then if you get that access, ensure you make the most of that access. Don't just ask the same question or the preconceived. Go in with the preconceived idea, because so much of, I think, the challenge we have is going beyond those preconceptions, and getting the person you're interviewing to go beyond those preconceptions.
Yeah, to get them to go there
To
in
get
the
that,
moment
yeah,
with you.
absolutely.
Have you
yeah.
found that it's harder to get interviews now because of the prevalence of brands and wanting to keep things in-house?
Yeah, and I think there's obviously much more knowledge within clubs because they have their own media channels of the parameters, and they will set those parameters. But I think on the whole, if you have that trust, and that's another thing, then even when you're briefed about what questions, or you're briefing them about what questions you're going to ask, and that happens more and more, as the guys will know. What are you going to ask? What's the subject you're going to cover in this 10 minutes? And that's where you have a few battles. Then I think it's obviously, you hope that the trust you have enables you to get into certain places because they know what the outcome of that will be. But for every younger journalist, that has to be something that you have to be aware of, and hopefully that's the type of challenge you'll enjoy. But it's getting harder in a way. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is getting harder. It's getting harder because obviously the clubs, to a degree now, are releasing their own content. They are the newsbreakers. They're doing that. So how do you build upon that? How do you then do your job building upon that and changing that and making it more original?
I was going to say, like Spurs this week was a classic example. When Levy spoke for the first time about sacking Ange, and everybody took it, reported it, and I was sitting there thinking, I wonder, should we be reporting it? Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this open the door to never having that access? But I think I genuinely believe that yes, you are going to miss out on certain opportunities, undoubtedly, by being scrutinising and rigorous. But over time, that can become a bit of you can be to your credit, and over time, and this does, and it's obviously a lot easier if you work for a big organisation, but I've found over time that people then start to sort of think, you know what, if we get interviewed by them, it's a good thing, because yeah, we'll have a hard time, but no one can say we've swerved it. You know, and so that's why hopefully.
That's why the Ratcliffe material was powerful, I think, wasn't
exactly.
it?
You know, and he knows he's going to get a tough time if he sits in front of me, but you know that's the way it is. And yes, we never get Levy as a result, but so be it. Maybe one, you know, but you have to stick to that.
No, there's been a principle in there.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to jump?
Yeah, I just wanted to add in a sort of a lovely side of the game that I've experienced recently. In terms of the access to clubs at the top level, it's so difficult these days. The access is getting tighter and tighter, and I feel that from an internal club, but also as a reporter as well. But for the last 6 months, I've been fronting DAZN's coverage for the National League, and it's glorious. There's no rules down there. You can do anything. Everybody wants to speak to you. The managers can't wait to speak to you. The players can't wait to speak to you. We get the manager before the game. We get the manager after the game. We get any player. They walk over to you. They want to. A footballer wants to talk to you, like without being jostled by the media team. It's been absolutely glorious from that side. But then from the other side, I'm sure Gabriel will appreciate this. Trying to prep for a National League game is one of the most difficult things I've ever done, because there is no data for them. There's no 1,000 news reports to read of their previous game. All you really get in that instance is what you can find on their own website, because there is not a lot of coverage for the National League. So it's been a really lovely experience to have the side of it where it's really hard to research, and you've really got to put your thinking cap on so that you understand the game that you're about to watch. And then on the other side is they are so willing, because they want your coverage.
I also think that's probably a good thing for you though, Natalie, that it's
Yeah.
probably helping you become a better journalist and presenter as well, because you're having to ask better questions. I started at an agency where one of our big contracts was with the non-league paper, and it was, like you said, the access was amazing. Yeah, no problem. How long do you want? I'm like, what? And you're like, okay, fine. So you'd get 20 minutes, 30 minutes more with the manager, most of them part-time, but we still held those clubs to account, and there were some pretty spicy stories back then with chairman at the end of season dues were pretty lively, and there was fisticuffs exchanged. I won't name the clubs and the editor at the time, but it was great to see, and it taught me to be a better journalist. Like, I remember doing a story on the respect campaign, but I got some trust from some managers and just getting out there. We had an ID day last week where a young lady's spending the whole season with Brentwood Town in the Ryman League, and she's absolutely loving it, doing loads of different things. And I would encourage some of the young people who are on these courses, because they all want to go and work for Arsenal. You want to go and watch, you want to report on Liverpool. I don't think you're getting that as your first job.
100%.
Just to go down into like the Oldham chairman is possibly one of my
wonderful.
favourite people in football at the moment.
Yeah.
He was singing to BBC
He waited
Northwest.
around to be interviewed by us. He stood there waiting at the end of the National League final.
And
It's insane.
it just teaches you good journalistic values at that level. You're not going to get a job at reporting on Liverpool immediately. You have to go and earn your crush really, and do it at those levels, I think, and just
But
get
those
some
levels,
experience.
they move up. You build a relationship with people that are in the National League and Division 2, and then they're moving up, and so your career progresses alongside their careers as well.
Yeah. That's the exact point I was going to make. You often see this parallel, almost like a sports media career can be like an athlete's career, where you start small. You start playing at a smaller club and work yourself up. And this is why when we're teaching, I'm teaching. That's where that's where we all start. They start League 2, National League. It goes up to some other ones at times, but that is where they get their experience almost all the time. And you do kind of work for it, don't you? That's great. Anybody else want to kick in? Will, we'll go with you, and then we'll come over here. Who's got the box? Where's it going? Right over there.
Massive National League go with things for most people.
Stand here and this is lovely. I'm Will Coates. Course leader of there we go. Sports journalism at Solent University in Southampton, the product factory of Dan Sheldon at The Athletic.
Top
So
boy.
just thought I'd throw that in there. Top of his year.
He's a fantastic.
He is.
Right,
he
I'm
is.
not saying that just sat here.
And as a bit of a sidebar, very interesting, I remember in Freshers Week when he came in, and I said to him, what do you want to do? And he said, I want to be he used the words, this was 10 years ago, maybe 9 years ago, actually used the words, I want to be a newspaper journalist. This was before The Athletic was around. I want to be a newspaper journalist, and he spent 2 or 3 minutes talking about his heroes that were newspaper journalists. I remember thinking at the time, newspapers, might not be around in a few years' time. You might want to think about other things. But fantastic journalist, really nice young man as well. But some really, really interesting conversations and thoughts and what have you. And on this theory, Taylor, around want, about need, I think as a sports journalist educator, but also a big consumer of sports journalism, it's the features before the Senegal game about Jack Leslie. It's the stuff, the unusual, less mainstream stuff that I now engage with. So I'm a Sheffield United fan for my sins. Ruben Sellers, new manager, obviously Chris Wilder being moved on yesterday. I read the quotes once yesterday, and then I started skirting beyond the story because I thought to myself, there's nothing new here. Everyone's just going to roll out with the same quotes. And it sort of goes back to what Dan was saying about, do you cover the things that you know everyone else is covering, or do you go on the things that are a little bit different? So, I am a big engager of and love digesting the slightly different stuff. So on the BBC Sports News website, I will skirt beyond football now, even though I'm a big consumer of football, and I will go to the stuff that I think are more interesting, because that will help me, and I hope will help my students to think about the slightly different stuff. On The Athletic the other day, I was reading something about Cristiano Ronaldo painting his toenails. And I thought to myself, I didn't realise I wanted to know that. But actually, that's actually kind of... So this whole niche thing, finding your voice, finding your platform, finding your level, National League, Natalie, I completely agree. This whole thing, the engagement with, and some of the stories in the lower leagues, we have very good relationships with our non-league teams, one of which, Jimmy Ball, the son of former England World Cup winner Alan Ball, doing fantastic work at AFC Tottenham, just outside Southampton. Big, these sorts of stories are doing the rounds, and there's some brilliant stuff. And I think if we as educators can encourage our students to find their platform, find their voice, find their niche, try to be a little bit different, even if it is within football, find a niche within football, find an area that's your focus, that allows you to be able to become a bit of an expert in that thing, or indeed around a different sport. I think that's very much the way to go, because the industry is saturated, but if you can find your spot, then I think that's a powerful thing.
Absolutely. Response?
I was going to say with that, I think with... Oh, do I? No, I don't need to catch it. With that, I think combining that with the way social media is going, finding that niche, like you say, I used to, when I was an undergraduate way back when, I went to Lancaster City and found an incredible access there. I was commentating on every Lancaster City home game. Occasionally at half-time they'd give us free coffee, and then once a free pint because I was being cheeky. So they were wonderfully accommodating, and that sort of led to different things and again, all voluntary as it would be at that time, 2019 of sorts. But again, those sort of things spiral and spiral and spiral. You start to get more and more confidence, learn different skills, and from that you start to go into paid work and things like this. So it's and I can vouch for the fact, like the panel can, that these clubs are people that almost want people from the outside to do a favour, and then you want them to do a favour, and it's sort of a mutually exclusive, wonderful relationship that you can build. But what I would say with that niche, I completely agree. If I was advising sports journalism students now that are coming into the new industry, we're talking about content creation and old form journalism, I think there is an element that we are going to content creation. I would say find that niche, get on TikTok, and start to build a platform for yourself, because we're in a situation, we're in an industry, a media, where we don't know, we talked a little bit about it before, we don't know what's going to be happening in 5 years' time. We have an idea, we think AI is going to be more prominent. I'll tell you what, when I was doing those commentaries 6 years ago, it was a completely different landscape to now. But if you start to get on short form socials, like TikTok, and you say to students, right, okay, by the end of the year, find yourself a niche and get 1,000 followers. Most people won't do it. but there will be some that do that start to use that to grow. End of the second year, right, with that 1,000, get to 2,000, get to 3,000. So you should start to build your own individual brand, your individual portfolio. You can attack the media world with a lot more confidence. And you'll have, and the worst case scenario from that, if you do that, even if you're not getting monetary gains from it, you can go to an employer, you can say, well, I know where the future's going, short form, I've got a niche, I can edit TikTok videos, I can edit short form videos, I can perform in front of a camera, I've done all this, look at this. You've got a selling point. So I would try and combine the two. Get the niche, get the opportunities, and then also be realistic and think, right, short form looks like it's the future. TikTok is one of the highest growing organic social media platform out there now. So combine the two. And that's what I'd be telling students in that sense.
Spot on. Conference over. Well done.
Yeah.
I think niches are really important as well, though, because I work for a football mainly website, but they all want to be football journalists, and I only want to be football. What if you go and I'm a massive rugby league fan, and the amount of people you said, oh, do you want to go and cover rugby league at Warrington for me? No, I'm not doing that. What? Right, I'll move on to the next person. You might do Warrington once, and then I'll ask you to go and cover a League 2 game. Dan's a great example of that. He basically says yes to everything, and he still does that. And he's the reason why we noticed him when he was working at the Southern Daily Echo, and he was getting stories. He got an opportunity with us in Southampton. He then broke some really good stories. It was a fantastic. He terrified the life out of people on the ID day last week, because he said, like a bit like Dan, I love holding people to account, and I love having arguments with press officers. I love nailing them on certain stories, like Parson Huttle being sacked, or the new manager coming in, and that's quite rare though. He was brilliant on the ID day last week. He was one of our guest speakers, and some of it you could just see like, what? You have a row with people? Like, yeah, you sometimes have to. And he's just taken every opportunity he's been given. He's worked on Manchester United, he's worked on Chelsea, and I think he's just moving on to Arsenal as well now. So a fantastic lad who's just like, he'll admit himself he's still got room to improve with his writing, but he's a story getter, and he's made his name. And he like, it was a great story when he noticed that Southampton were basically stopping play in the 25th minute every home game with the drinks, and they had energy gels, and obviously Southampton went mad when he ran that. But he backed it up over 10 games, and it was every 25 to 30 minutes they'd stop, have an energy gel, and it was like just a recurring theme. And he was like, why Southampton stop play at this? And obviously they went mad about it.
Yeah, of course.
Next press conference was obviously a bit frosty, but only when Dan was moving to Sheffield United, Parson Huttle presented him with a box full of energy gels, and it was great. And that proves like holding people to account, relationships, and not being afraid to tackle the big story as well.
Anything else here? Okay, we had one over here. Yeah, Mark. Go on, do it. That's what it's made for. All right.
Well held.
You want to go first, and we'll go behind.
Hello, yeah. Hi, my name's Emily Croydon. I've worked for BBC Sport for many, many years, and I now teach on sports journalism courses at York St John and Staffordshire University. I've started kind of my conversations with most of my students with where do you get your sports news? And the answer that's coming back at me is just social media. And when I say, well, do you click through to the articles? So many of them don't. So they're literally reading, a headline. And as we've said, sometimes that headline doesn't tell the whole story. It's constructed in a certain way. So I just wondered, as sort of the sports news journalist, Dan, with some of your stories, how we get those across as journalists to these people who are going to come through and be the journalists of our future. And I know these kind of conversations are going on all the time in broadcasters and websites, but also they're so sort of football centric that there are huge stories outside of that. Big stories out of the BBC this week around social media abuse of tennis players, stalking, all this kind of stuff. But I don't know that they're all seeing that. So when I'm trying to teach them how we put together these kind of articles, these kind of interviews, these kind of stories, TV packages, a lot of them don't have the basis of what they're trying to produce. So I just wondered, as journalists, what your view is on kind of how we get those kind of stories, if we're talking about what they need versus what we want, how we get those kind of stories to appeal and to touch that audience, if you like, as a starting point.
Yeah, it's a massive challenge, isn't it? we're desperately trying to build the iPlayer up as a resource where young people will go to consume our content as opposed to just seeing it on YouTube or on X. But it's very tricky, and I guess so much depends, as the guys have been saying, on the selling of it, the promotion of the story, getting the right headline to lure people in and to want to know more. But originality, I guess, is the absolute key to that, and just coming up with good, this goes back to what we were saying earlier, it's just really good ideas, good stories that make it hard for people to just breeze over it and actually want to learn more. But clearly we have to embrace and harness the power of social media to flag those stories and ideas and try and direct people to the right place to watch it. But I got a sort of sense of this around that Ratcliffe interview, because you may recall he did 2 interviews. He did myself and he did Gary Neville. Neville's one was purely on YouTube because for his overlap channel. And ours was obviously on all of the traditional media bulletins and on our website and on the iPlayer and on Sounds and all the other things. But the number of people I've bumped into since who say, "Oh, it's fascinating listening to Neville's interview. It breaks my heart." Because because when you're on YouTube, obviously the algorithms worked out that you are interested in football or United, and it's just feeding it to you. And people are in this very busy world where everything comes to you. And these platforms have worked out how to harness that. The challenge for us with younger people is certainly how do we ensure they do click onto the website, onto the iPlayer. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure ours was ultimately watched by many more through all those big bulletins, but there is a certain constituency, a demographic that we want to be consuming that, and that's a massive challenge for us, and one that I'm sure our bosses are grappling with right now.
Yeah, we're a subscription model, so when I joined, I was obviously quickly made aware of our social. We've got a huge social media team where there's 5 or 6 guys who are like, right, that story's going live. What are they going to click on? Like you almost have to do a headline, get it all right, edit the copy, do all the pictures, do a nice headline, then you go, oh crikey, you've got to do the social cell now. And I actually found the social cells quite tricky, because you're restricted to word length. There's so much that you can get, like a deep inside read on what's gone wrong in somebody's season to get relegated. And you're like, there's 8 points you can get in. You can't get 8 points into a social cell, so you've got to nail the best ones in there. And sometimes it's the most obscure, and then you've got to get them to click on it as well. So I work with the social media. I'm one of our oldest employees, and I'm like, can you just help me with the social media stuff, because I don't get this TikTok thing.
Yeah.
Or what works on Instagram doesn't work on Blue Sky or Twitter, and they want a pull quote that's brilliant, or they want a really juicy detail that's been explained in 5 parts, and you've got to explain it in 40 characters, and you're like, yeah, cheers. So I've had to have training. Like, I really value the social team, because they shorten it all for me, and getting them to click on that. So we have created a social team that are journalists as well. Like one of the senior social guys is a trained journalist, but he's really good at shortening all that into there. So hopefully, touch wood, or is there any wood there, that they are continuing to click on it. And I think, the juicy stuff in there, you've got to get it right.
I don't know how much of it might be about, as educators and the syllabuses you're working to, how much you maybe have to reverse engineer what and obviously you're discussing your syllabuses and the way things move forward, so that obviously you bear in mind how your students are consuming their content, journalism, and maybe then in the way in which you present that, teach that, educate that, how if you want there to be more connection to storytelling or longer form, or ensuring they click beyond the headline, it's almost, I don't know how much you then have to imbue it with examples of the type of thing that might interest them. Maybe, you're not saying force feed, but if there is to be a sort of preservation of the sort of journalism that you want them to be connecting to, and that obviously seems to be a bit of a fear at the moment in the room, is that it's not happening, and that's the challenge, then maybe there has to be that type of reverse engineering. The essential, I think, is that we all share it, is that you have a passion and a desire and a need to break a story. And I don't think you're taught that. I think you have that. So I think that's what you would hope, but that you still have those students who have that. And whether they're doing that, breaking it on TikTok, or whether they're breaking it in a 2,000-word story. But I do sense maybe the answer is maybe in how that because I'd be fascinated to know what type of sports journalism and way is being taught now, because I'm sure it would be a lot different to when I was, NCTJ and things like this.
Yeah, everything about it is different.
Yeah.
You have to teach it
Yeah.
different. This has been amazing. We're nearly out of time. Warwick, you raised your hand ages ago. I want to make sure you get in, and I got one more topic for us. So go ahead, Al.
I hope I can summarise it. My name's Warwick Andrews. I'm not a sports journalist, not in sports media. I was an educator. I used to be a sports scientist back in the 90s. So where you talked about jobs, everybody wanted to be a sports scientist. I used to recruit 120 students into 1 year. There was one job nationally, and I said, I'm going to go for it. You've got no chance. Go back there. You started, your first question was about values in sports journalism, sports media. I now work in professional sport, semi-professional sport. Ice hockey was where I met Taylor. Work in rugby union, work in rugby league. One thing that's not been spoken about is the commitment needed to be a sports journalist or be in the sports media. I can ask 100 students, come and get experience. I can give you as much experience as possible. Yeah, sorry, I can't come next week because I've got this. Next week I've got that. Next week I've got that. It's the hardest thing. I live in Leeds. We have 60,000 students. I can't get 6 students to come to a game just to get experience. And I know at year 2, they have to get 120 hours of experience. It's like pulling teeth. Thank you for what you said earlier about broadening out and being curious and going out and exploring. I think what needs from an education point of view is what commitment is needed to get into the industry, not I'm here to passively get some knowledge and I'll go out and be an influencer. So I don't know whether that's for the whole conference, but this is fantastic and it's brilliant that it's going, and I credit Taylor for what it is. So I don't even know if I've got a question in that at all.
I hate people who sugarcoat it. Like there's no, oh yeah, I can't go. Next week's my girlfriend's auntie's birthday. Right, you're the bottom of the list. I'll ask number 2. It's just the amount of like wishy-washy answers you get, and I don't mean to sound like a grumpy old git.
No,
but
I'm older than you, so it's all right.
I missed so many things when I was starting out because I know my editor would have gone, "You what?" And I'd have been like, "Yeah, I'm not even going to dare to ask," because like I think the sugarcoating of it is such a good point, and like I think Dan was really good last week, Will, where he just said, look, if there's things you want to do, sometimes you write your social life off. Yeah. You just have to. Yeah. Initially, when you're looking for a start, don't you? I think we've probably all done it.
Not even a start.
Yeah,
no.
Just an opportunity. Yeah, exactly. I freelanced for a bit, and you end up saying yes to everything because you don't want to get forgotten. Yeah. And I didn't actually enjoy freelancing because I felt like I was working like 8 hours, 8 days a week. You just didn't. So I was really glad to get a job at the time, sports desk, when I did do, because I'd gone and done some shifts, plus my day job, and then when a job came up, they remembered me because I was in the building. So I think that's a really, really good point. And is that a common theme amongst all you educators that
I'd just
happens?
like to say that I think there's a big problem with resilience and confidence at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think that's grown since COVID, because I've done some time in secondary school. I worked a lot of time in rugby league for 20 years with Sky Sports. And I felt that to be confident, you had to almost put on a face sometimes. You had to pretend you're something you're not. Whereas I find now that, sorry, I've got to go to my uncle's christening or whatever it is, basically it's an excuse because you're scared. And I think we've got a problem with resilience now with our students, that we need to find a way of building that confidence, but also they're frightened sometimes of the reaction they'll get when they get there. When they walk into a room that's full of people, faces they've never seen before, where do they get that confidence from? And we try to do that, don't we, by putting them, you've got to stand up in front of a room, you've got to do that. Well, if you're not going to do it on a university course, you're never going to do it. Yeah. So how do we make them have that resilience? And maybe we've got to force them in some ways, but then we get in trouble then for forcing them to do it.
I've been, like, reflective essays are sort of out the door now with AI, and so I've actually been considering bringing back Vivas and that kind of thing to give them basically 3 cracks at resilience training that's graded before they get to the market. But I think that's a very interesting point.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I'm a recent graduate of sports broadcast journalism from Cardiff Met University in Cardiff. But I just wanted to talk about resilience and getting work experience, because when I was doing starting my course, the first thing the lecturer told us was, are you all on social media? Download TikTok, download Instagram, download Twitter, because you need to have a profile out there. And the next thing he also made us do is get work experience. He was getting us work experience all the time. So I worked for 2 little media production companies in Wales, Media Atom, Rondo Media, and one of the jobs was, the first thing he told me, you're covering the Wales 2024 qualifying. So you're going to work for them, you're going to be going, doing a live, you're going to do the research, and then you're going to be doing assistant floor managing, or you're going to be working in the OB trucks. So whatever you're going to be doing, you're going to be doing that. And you're right, a lot of students don't like being out in industry because they're scared of being seen making a mistake. And then there's so many more experienced people that are out there that will be harsh on them. So one of the days I turned up for, I don't know if you like niche, wheelchair rugby championships in the Millennium Stadium, and it was like a week. I've never ever heard of disability sports because I've never really heard of it. So I made sure I did my research, and then the first day I turned up, the director's telling me, our reporter is sick today, so you're going to be doing the post-match analysis with the wheelchair, the athletes. And I'm like, so I'm watching a game, and I didn't know how brutal it was, the way they were attacking each other, how brutal it was. So trying to get everybody's name, turning up early, like 6 o'clock in the morning, because that's what they were getting ready, going into all of them, getting their names, find out the numbers. Because the director said, that's your research. Don't be coming up to me. Just make sure I can hear you. So it is resilience. You've got to build yourself up. You've got to be out there. And even when I was working for the Wales qualifying for S4C, like even though I was born and brought up in Wales, Welsh is really limited because I grew up in a house where I had to speak 3 other different languages. And then going to school to learn Welsh wasn't a big thing. So when they're all speaking in Welsh, but I do know the basics. You do know that some of the cameramen, the wiremen are talking about you, thinking, I'm not turning up tomorrow. So you got to build up that resilience. If I didn't turn up tomorrow, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to show. And then I started dilingual, make sure I know the basics Welsh, because they weren't speaking English to me. They were speaking in Welsh, which I was thinking was unfair. So, yeah, you have got to go out there and build yourself up.
That's an incredible story.
Yeah.
Quickly that the SCCJ is building in trauma resilience.
Oh, really?
So our MA program now concerns trauma resilience, and it's largely for students. It's largely because it's part of this movement where journalists, particularly journalists who look after crime and court stories, need support now going forward. But it's largely a response to COVID and the way that our student cohort has changed, and are saying that they are triggered by certain things that we would just never have said when we were being trained. So it is coming.
I was going to say, actually, just to sort of tie those points, I've said this to you before, I think there needs to be some kind of module within salesmanship and sales. I think sales in general is a skill that's so important across the board in everything. If you go into a room with someone and you're asking for work experience or freelance work and you're going up, you've got to be able to sell that idea that you're good within 30 seconds. Maybe that's optimistic even. If you come if you don't have anything to say, then they're not going to give you anything in that sense. That's just the brutal reality of the industry that we're in. If you can go up to someone, I've emailed people who haven't emailed me back. So I thought, well, they're busy. Maybe they've got 10,000 emails to read. Maybe they just don't want to answer me. I don't know. So, but I thought I'll take that out of the equation. I'll go up to them. I'll sit down and say, oh, that email. I know you're really busy at the moment. If you've just got 2 minutes to sit down here. From that, I've got things. From that, confidence to go up to someone to say, actually, look, this is what I can do. This is what I can offer you. This is what I'd like to develop with you guys. Can we do something? Yes. That's sort of how freelancing works anyway, being able to build those relationships. But I think definitely the ability to pitch a story, the ability to sell yourself in that sense is so, so important. And so many people graduate with wonderful amounts of skills who can't convey that to an audience, to one person, not even an audience. If you can't do that, you will go missing. That's ultimately what's going to happen. It's a competitive industry. And just to go back to freelancing slightly again, so I've been freelance for quite a while. And if you're graduating, chances are in many cases you'll either go into a lower paid full-time job or you'll start freelancing. I would say that between those two, for graduates, I think I would encourage, it's a high risk, it's a risk reward thing. Freelancing to me gives you an opportunity to expand quicker, horizons quicker, make a bigger contact book, get more skills and arguably get more money if you do it right, but not initially. So I would say to anyone that's starting and thinking about, oh, do I freelance? Do I look for that first full-time position? I would say if you're freelancing, put aside a few £1,000s and say, no, seriously, And I mean, and I come from a working class background. I was sponsored by a diversity fund from a working class background. And I think you've got to adopt a middle class, affluent mindset if you want to do the industry like in the freelancing sense. And what I mean by that is you go in and you say, right, I can afford to lose 2,000 or 3,000. I'm going to really have a go at this freelancing position. If you don't have that, say, I've got a family that I can go back to live with if poo hits the fan, I don't know if I can swear. Then you've got that affluence, the backup, the comfortability that if it doesn't go right, you can simply fall back on either money that you can put aside and say, I can lose that, or you can fall back to a family and say, well, you know, they've got my back if it doesn't go right. And if you have that luxury, I think you can comfortably freelance with more confidence, build that contacts book steadily, and then before you know it, you've got so many contacts that you have to turn down work because you're getting double shifts. Alternatively, and this is...
I gotta wrap... You're cool.
Go on.
I gotta wrap
Can
it
just
up.
really quick.
Really quick.
So, if you're from a working class background, and the reason why the media is so predominantly not from working class backgrounds is because they are money oriented. They don't have that surplus, and sometimes they don't have families to go back to. So then, in that case, the freelance becomes, I need to jump on a full-time opportunity really quickly. That can also be a thing as well. But yeah, all of that, what I've just said, I think adds to the resilience and whatnot. I was waffling, wasn't I? Sorry, my bad.
I mean, we're almost done, and we've ran a little over time here, but I mean, it's been a great panel to kick us off. I really do appreciate it. But the last one I'm going to leave us with, we're just going to go down the line, because I don't think we can really do this panel without bringing it up specifically, is how do you use AI, and if you don't, how do you see people around you using it in the industry? Because I think it is a great mystery to us. Like, I know how I use AI. I know that some of my students think it's the villain. I know some of them think it's the best thing since sliced bread. And I think that's pretty much probably the same for everybody in this room. But I think the real thing we need to know is what you're doing with it, or what you see people doing with it, so we can make that adjustment. We'll start down on the end, and we'll work back.
Good choice.
I'm not the best person to ask about this.
That's fine.
Can I? I'm going to adhere to one of my principles. Admit when you don't know something. No, I mean I know it's something which we're obviously looking to embrace, but it's obviously also a challenge for us. And I know a lot of people who work in PR and comms who are now relying on it hugely to write press releases. And one wonders, what does it mean for the future of our industry? But I don't. I have to be honest. I don't personally use it right now. I sort of still rely on my own brain. But
there's the headline right there. Dan Roan uses his brain.
But it's obviously hugely important, and one that I will now go and learn about. So when I get caught out.
Yeah. I mean, I recently used it to rewrite my full LinkedIn profile, which was great. It did it really, really quickly. I tend to use it. I do use it for ideas, to be honest, for ideas. So sometimes I might go, I'm doing a show with so and so and so and so. Write me a 15-second introduction for them. And it'll just go quickly. They won 7 trophies, and I don't use that word for word, but it's ideas. But what it has saved me in the past was, with 5 minutes notice of interviewing, I think he was a rugby union player that I didn't know a huge amount about, and he was. If you've got in 5 minutes, he's going to be here, and you're going to interview him. I was straight into my chat GPT, tell me everything about and what his name was, and I quickly whizzed down it. Okay. But I think the thing to add on to that is that it's not 100% fact. You know, you have to fact. You then have to fact. Yeah, you then have to fact check it. You're like, yeah, that doesn't sound right. But at the minute, I am using it regularly for ideas and a little bit of help.
Yeah, well, I was an English graduate, so the role of AI now, writing, it upsets me a little bit, Yeah, I'd still use it, but it upsets me in that sense. You can come up with ideas, as Natalie said, quite quickly. Really good if you're a producer and you need a brief on someone that's fairly well known. They're 5 facts about blah, 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 blah. Put it down. So very good in radio, television production if you're really short of time and you need to get some information on paper. Just again, like Natalie said, you would fact check it and you would have to sort of go over it and verify it yourself. I think actually in terms of I was talking about trends writing and sports writing before, I would make a prediction that as AI gets a bit more advanced, that will be taking the role of people. But there will still need to be people.
Reporting, I think.
Yes.
I think it can be data. It can't go to a manager.
No, exactly. But trends that need. But again, there will still be people that's needed to operate that AI. But yeah, I tentatively use it. Great for CVs, great for LinkedIn. I write my own, but I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't because it takes a lot of time. But no, I endeavour to use it more, I think.
Craig, very young newsroom. How's it picked up at the Athletic?
I've never used it. I'm an editor, and I think I've edited some copy recently that I feel like it's been written by AI, so I've changed it.
The old dash, eh?
I've never used it. I would hope that our reporters aren't using it to write their copy. I'd be staggered if they were, but
it's not for output.
I've just not got around to it with like editing and headlines and stuff like that. I just don't use it. I'm gonna admit to lie down. I've never used it.
Yeah, I think it's naturally going to be a research tool. That would be my parameter for it. I certainly wouldn't use it for writing, but there are other research tools available. But I think I've seen it in use in match edits. I know certain club channels where they have lots of matches to edit from sort of under 17s through to under 21s. They cover everything. They will be doing that match edit via AI now, not via an editor, a human editor, which I suppose is something that's naturally going to happen. Maybe there aren't too many editorial choices that you've got to stew over in an under 17s match edit. And the way in which I've seen it in use is in enhancement of photography, photos that are used in features, things like that, which I think feels like if that's an enhancer for a graphics operator, and it's a step beyond for them. That sounds fine. That's fine. But
excellent.
I've seen that in use.
There's free newsroom specific AI training from Google News Lab as well.
Well, there you go. Well, I mean, we ran a little bit over, but that was excellent. Thank you very much.
Everybody's attention. I don't want to go back into commentator mode. I only do that for money. Where we're going to have a session here for an hour or so, then we're going to have a break for an hour or so, and then the first of the afternoon session is essentially an educator's section, and I mean the stuff about confidence and resilience I think is absolutely fascinating. I am the oldest person in the room. I try not to grow old every single day. But I think it's something that we've got to get out there, because I think, particularly post-COVID, my wife runs a PR company. She's having a lot of the same challenges, which I'm sure you're facing. So that's going to be a really, really fascinating area. We're going now into the sports media landscape, and we've already touched upon this idea of press officers who are there to facilitate our access to the heroes and heroines that we want to hear from, but very often seem to be doing their darndest to keep us as far away from those people as possible. Is that truth or is that fiction? Let's meet some people who might be able to answer that. A journalist on the editorial team at Aston Villa, Lewis Redmond. The communications executive at Leeds Rhinos, Dan Hawkhead. Lecturer at Syracuse University in New York State, Jordan, is it Kligerman? Kligerman. And since we need a poacher amongst these gamekeepers, Clive Tilsley is going to sit in on this session. Dan Mahon is your host.
My name is James. I don't know who Dan Mahon is, but I'd like to meet him.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's Clive. So I'm a Gemini, and I'm from Galway, which is a city that's famous for having 2 songs about one-night stands. So that's something to think about. But I'm based at the University West of Scotland. We've the only sports journalism degree in Scotland, which is a lot of people who are very lonely and confused coming together to argue about 2 teams that underachieve in European football, which has been a good run for there. And I've spent I spent 3 years in America, not being shot, with CBS.
I have 50 now you're being shot, I think. You're doing pretty good.
He looks good for that too. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, Taylor, for having me. I hope that you get the hours you need for your Duke of Edinburgh award for having me here. And my social worker's at the back of the room, so thank you for allowing me to be here. This is really good, really interesting, very different. Together, you could have a One Direction tribute band, with one of you maybe being Louis Walsh. Actually, that'd be my gig, maybe. And you could be Simon. But I want to start off with yourself, Jordan, because you've come so far from the airport. So the shift from earned media to internal content creation, the convergence of sport and art to drive emotional engagement, is something that you're really passionate about, I think. Is that true?
Pretty much.
That's good, because that's written here.
Oh, okay. I didn't write that.
You were thinking a lot about how sports teams and leagues have gone from relying on media coverage to becoming their own media companies in their own right, which we've seen across all sports, across all territories, and it's completely changed the landscape. So, from your perspective, what do you think this means for sport as a whole? Because before, it was the broadcasters that dictated things, but now the leagues and the teams are taking control themselves.
Mm-hmm. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be a part of this today and here representing our university. I'm a filmmaker, so that's kind of where I got my start, was in documentary filmmaking in the US. And I worked for a company called NFL Films, which is the National Football League, which you're probably somewhat annoyed. They keep ripping up your football pitches on their yearly games here. And I learned about telling stories about heroic figures in our sport and the great things that happened and how we sort of engage with our fans. And Gabriel talked a lot about emotion. That was kind of where I got started. So there was this shift. So when I started my career in the late 90s and worked for NFL Films, that was one of the only companies that was sort of doing stuff from the inside. And the reality was, the other thing Gabriel talked about was access. And so a lot of National Football League coaches, players, etc., teams were very guarded because of things that they wanted to sort of. There's a saying in the NFL, it's protect the shield, and the logo of the National Football League, if you look at it, is sort of shield shaped. And so NFL Films, it's definitely not a journalism situation, right? This is branded content, but it's wrapped in really, really creative storytelling. And so that was the space I sort of grew up in as a filmmaker. And then as I transitioned in my career and had my own business as a freelancer, and then actually moved back to the town I grew up in, Syracuse, and I know some of us do that, kind of go off into the world and then come back home again. I had institutional knowledge of Syracuse University athletics. And the best way I can kind of, if you're not too familiar with university athletics in the States, it sort of aligns with, believe it or not, lower level premiership into sort of championship. Like, it's that big. We're talking about, at this point, billions of dollars in the industry, stadiums filled with 100,000 people for American football, et cetera. So I had institutional knowledge, but also emotional connection with this team. And the greatest thing that happened to me was working for the NFL, a lot of fandom was kind of stripped away. So had this emotional connection and this institutional knowledge, but had kind of lessened sort of the fandom aspect of it. So I started to learn about making projects about these sort of great moments and emotionally connecting with viewers, et cetera, that way. What I saw in the shift was actually really from around 2012, 13 on. My career started again in filmmaking. I moved to Minnesota, which is the very middle, very coldest part of the United States. Most people don't tend to do that from the coast, especially if they want to get involved with filmmaking.
Grimsby.
I won't get into the long story of why I ended up there. But very soon thereafter, 9/11 happened and all freelance work went away. And so at the time, I'm calling all the professional sports organizations in town. They have just about every top league, a team in every top league of every sport in the United States. And they weren't making anything of their own. And so that's from 01 to 05, et cetera. It really didn't start until the proliferation of social media platforms, where now all of a sudden these teams were realizing, oh, we can directly connect with our fans. And at first that was just in text, quick little photos, et cetera. But then as video and obviously technology kept up, we had this great opportunity to start telling these stories. And that's where I got involved with the athletic department at Syracuse University and ended up being the creative director, knowing that we could harness all of these emotional connections our fan base has, and all of our stakeholders, college sports or university sports in the United States has about 19 to 20 different types of stakeholders who are kind of engaged with it. Because you have alumni, parents of students, current students, et cetera. It really, we could sit sponsors, we can go on and on. And so we realized pretty quickly that we could use the technology available to us to connect really in an emotional way with our fans. And we had the access, right? So the athletes and the coaches, et cetera, felt comfortable with us. I don't know if that really hits what you're looking for. This is like my lecture. So
Oh, that was good. That'll do, Don.
Yeah,
That'll
okay,
do.
thank you.
No, that was lovely. That was very, you're definitely a Virgo, I'd say.
No, Leo.
A Leo, but yeah, it was vibes there.
Okay, I don't even know what that means.
Wait, I don't either. So, but what you're talking about is that you were involved in branded content, I suppose, decades before we were all used to it here in the UK and in Ireland, to the same degree. Like, this is like mass league type of stuff. For the likes of Aston Villa, you have really harnessed your branded content. You've really looked at your in-house club media and you've really channeled your fandom and fanzines in a more digital way. Building on what Jordan has just said, you've taken what he started 35 years ago, 4,000 miles away, and brought it into Birmingham. What's it been like for yourself?
Yeah, it's been eye-opening, I would say, moving from Southwark to before Aston Villa, Bradford City. That's where I'm from originally. Spent 5 years or so there as media manager, oversaw the media operation in terms of content output, but also press liaison. And moved into, sorry, I need to move closer. That's all, mate. You stay away. And I've transitioned into a role where it's just focused on the content output side of things at Aston Villa. And yeah, you see the scale of the operation off the field. Obviously on the field, everybody knows that Aston Villa have really well over the last few years and grown, but off the field you see the scale of the operation as well when you go in and see inside the four walls and how things work behind the scenes, so to speak. And I think, yeah, it's a case of harnessing the resources that you've got available, which at the top level, yeah, compared to clubs in League 2 and League 1 and even in the National League and below, out of this world really, and further up you go in the football pyramid towards the sort of big six clubs as we know them in the Premier League and in other sports as well. The resources are on a different level completely, and that gives you a lot more to work with in terms of getting your message across and telling the stories that you want to tell, whatever they may be, in the field that we work in. And I think that's really important and really key for us in terms of harnessing, like I said, the resources that we've got, but also getting the emotional. You know, Gabriel spoke this morning about the emotional side of sports media and content and everything. And obviously the guys that work externally try to get that out as well, but I think there's a massive opportunity when you're working inside the four walls at a club like the one I'm working at the minute, where you've got chances to be able to get that emotional content out and pull on the heartstrings of people who live and breathe Aston Villa or Arsenal or Manchester City, whoever it may be. I think the trust that you've got working within the four walls already is very good and very sort of gives you a bit of a head start in terms of somebody who might be external has to earn that trust and go further from a standing start, so to speak. You're already inside those four walls and you've already got the resources, the access and the trust, which is key. So yeah, it's an interesting topic, it's an interesting debate, but I think, yeah, the resources mainly are what kind of separates what you're able to do when you're inside those four walls, and then it's a case of having the ideas and trying to get them forward.
We've seen in different sports, Gabriel, as Gabriel said earlier, I'm just going to go back to say, I'm just going to say that even though I don't know what he said. I'm just going to refer to as Gabriel said earlier, because whatever he said was probably valid and very credible. But resources make a big difference. Different sports make a big difference. You're our football, or we call it soccer. In Ireland.
I'm good with the translation. Yeah.
You're okay. So
yeah.
Football, whole different sport, but the same approach at a different scale, but for the same purpose, which is to engage fans and give them content that they want. What's it like in rugby league?
Absolutely. So rugby's its own. I would say it's definitely not got the scale that football has or soccer. In that you can have so many people in an organisation. Something like Arsenal or your Chelsea's or your Man City's, there's so many people already doing little jobs. Whereas rugby league, so using Leeds as an example, there's only 3 of us working in our media team every single day, covering not just what goes out in the press, but covering what goes on the website, what goes on the social, what goes on the YouTube, doing feature videos, doing interviews. All that comes down to a very small team. So you commit a lot, but it's still getting the
personalities, it's still, you've still got the trust of all the people within the organisation, because they solely rely on you. So it's individual, but it's a growing sport. We're very fortunate to be going to Las Vegas later this year to play Hull KR, and that's another opportunity for us to sort of build our audience. But then, how do we do that with the people we've got, despite having that small team? How do we sort of allocate those roles out? And at Leeds, I think we do that pretty well in our small team, whether that's covering 100 teams as well. You know, it's not just our men's team, it's our women's team, it's our academies, it's our wheelchair team, and making sure that they're all catered for too. So it's a challenge, but you know, everyone's in here knows what hard work is and knows how much this industry you need to work hard, and that's the sort of thing that comes with it. So.
And the interesting thing, like I said, my one experience of an in-house job, which you'll be familiar with, was in the wake of ITV's decision to go younger. I found myself with time on my hands, and Rangers asked me to become the commentator for Rangers TV going into COVID. They offered their season ticket holders, who are the financial lifeblood of the club because the TV deal north of the border isn't very good. They offered them free access to Rangers TV in return for their money and not coming to the stadium to watch their team play. And I took some convincing, but you know, the fact that Ali McCoist was going to be involved, they said Graham Souness, the late Walter Smith, came as a panellist, Emma Dodds was presenting, Neil McCann, who I think is a very good broadcaster, was going to be involved. I had Kevin Thompson as my co-commentator. They said, we want to do it properly. And I knew Stephen Gerrard, who is the manager at the time. I knew Gary McAllister, who is his assistant. My wife's from Scotland, so it kind of gave us access at a time when travel wasn't strictly legal to go and see her mum from time to time. But I was so lucky that Rangers won. Rangers won and kept on winning. They won every home game, and it was their invincible season. And I said right from the start, I'm going to call a bad Rangers pass a bad Rangers pass. But actually, would I have done if they'd had the kind of season that they've had more recently? Because the more involved I became, and I wasn't there every day working inside the building because it was COVID times and I was flying home to the UK. I was only there on match days. But I got to know everybody, and I got the feedback from the fans, and I was a bit of a lucky charm, as it seems, that you're now one of us. And what's more, I got the feedback from the Celtic fans
that you're not one of us.
A couple of articles in the Daily Record, and maybe that was a lesson that I learned, that even though, going back to my mentor, Reg Guttridge, identify your audience and talk to them. And that was very easy to do because the audience was all Rangers fans, except for one or two Daily Record reporters who would seize upon anything that I said which was perceived to be anti-Celtic in any way. And suddenly, you know, I was national news in Scotland. But I think it is an uncomfortable relationship. And as I say, I think looking back on the 18 months that I spent there, I was very, very fortunate that it was such a successful period in Rangers' modern history.
But because you've tread both sides yourself, do you think this is just storytelling, but in a different way, or do you think there is an ethical question about what each of the four of you are doing? In some ways, is there actually more pressure because the fans are more focused on what you're saying than just a generic audience of media consumers?
I think from the point of view of working all my professional career inside an organisation rather than working professionally in external journalism, I think you feel a part of something. And I think when we spoke this morning about 70% of students wanting to transition straight into club media, I think obviously what I speak about with regards to trust and access and all that, I think that all comes hand in hand with working inside a club where it maybe doesn't as much if you're external for the reasons that we speak about with press officers wanting to limit access to things like that. But also you feel a part of something and you gain an emotional connection with a club or an organisation that you're working for quite quickly. I grew up a Bradford City fan and I ended up working for Bradford City while I was at university. I started part-time and then transitioned into a full-time role upon graduating. So I didn't really need to build an emotional connection with the club at that point because I already had it as a fan, and obviously a lot of people say don't work for the club that you support, and I think I have a foot in both camps because I would probably be a bit of a hypocrite if I said that having done it myself. I think there's a fine line to tread in terms of distancing yourself and being able to separate from the file and remain professional. That's probably a different conversation. But I know people, and I've worked with a lot of people who have worked at clubs, both at Bradford and now Aston Villa, and at other clubs that I know where people have worked, where they've gone in complete strangers to the organisations, and they've come out fans. They would class themselves as fans, and at the very least, like you mentioned, quite emotionally invested in the club, perhaps not even wanting to call a bad Rangers pass because you know that there's an audience that are going to you for the commentary, that you know that there's an audience of people who are on your side who want to see you do well because it means that somebody's doing well for the organisation.
Yeah, you're broadcasting to your audience,
exactly,
and that's your audience.
Yeah,
that's 100% true. What about in America? Is there an added pressure because your audiences are so big and they're so international?
I don't. I guess I've never come at it from. I've been very acutely aware of my mission. You know what I mean? Like, this wasn't ever. I never signed up to be a journalist.
Okay.
Right? I signed up to be a creative and a storyteller, and so my point of view has always been aligned with that. And so I could see where that could be. There would be conflict if you were sort of like you said, sort of trying to do both or living in both worlds. And so it's never really been an either or for me. It's been sort of this is what I do. And when I wear those hats, right? So I think there's a couple things. I mean, one is our fans are, and that's whoever I've worked for, they appreciate any authenticity. So it's not, I mean, we talk about, the term in the US is like fluff pieces or softball or something like that. Like, I think we do a lot of we call them, the nice way of saying human interest stories, right? So we do a lot of that, human interest type stuff. But we tackle real issues. I mean, I actually I have a student group that I run that's an industry partnership with Syracuse Athletics. We did a whole piece about suicide and how that, the pressures of sports and life in general and through COVID, all of that kind of stuff. We obviously have a very serious issue with the United States, especially with men in between 30 and 50. So that was something we tackled through the context of sport, right? So I think we're doing that. It's just we're not doing it. It's not a hard-hitting examination of it. It's a real story about a former student athlete who took his own life and how that affects people. And it's a ripple effect through a certain sport because he was very famous in that game. So so I never kind of look at those things. I guess I've never looked at it through that lens of maybe the journalistic lens, and I know that's a broad term. I guess my lens is I've been very conscientious about the subjectivity of the stuff that I make.
Is there an extra type of pressure then to keep finding content? Because Clive and I can rely on, I work for ITV as well, on news cycles, on sports cycles, on transfer windows, on movements, on external factors that can shift what we end up working as. But for yourself, you've got to find that content inside your own organization somehow every single day. Is there that creative pressure?
I won't, in my experience, I won't say there's ever been that pressure. Working in a working class sport that rugby league is, you get all kinds of people that come into the game. You get guys from Australia and New Zealand who come from the Pacific Islands who come across. They're great stories. But there's so many great stories from the city of Leeds. I work specifically with our academy, so that's from sort of more the guys who are 17, 18 through to reserves. And some of those guys' stories and their backgrounds are just, quite remarkable in that they're so driven to want to be a rugby player. And yeah, it's not the best paid sport, it's not the best paid to be that athlete, but they're so driven to want to be that. And that just helps as someone inside the company. It's important to tell those stories, but it's also really exciting to want to tell those stories as well. Otherwise, why would you do it? But because those are already there, that's what keeps me sort of coming back for more is knowing that they're there and wanting to sort of show that to the fan base as well, because that's an important point, is that, you know, do the fans want to hear this story? And most of the time the answer is yes, because especially sort of that academy group, everyone wants to know the next big player coming through. They want to know who's the next Kevin Sinfield. They want to know who's the next Danny Maguire, for those that sort of follow rugby league in the room. They do want to know who those guys are, and putting them on a bit of a pedestal and saying, look, these are the guys, but also being conscientious of, you know, especially if they're sort of towards 17, 18, you want to not big them up too much. So, as in, you don't want to sort of set them up for sort of a big fall that people go, X, Y, Z. It's been told about he's going to be the next Kevin, and actually, he's not hit that level. You know, we don't want to build that pressure at the same time. But in terms of going back to your point about getting the content and getting the storytelling right, it's almost endless. And that's not just also on the field, that's off the field. And that's something that we've looked at doing this year, which has been sort of pushing, telling that behind the scenes story, showing Brad Arthur, who's our head coach, showing what he does in a dressing room, showing what even stuff like the strength and conditioners do. Our biggest video, by the way, on our YouTube is a player medical we did with a player 5 years ago. And it's not because of the player, it's not because of us being Leeds Rhinos, it's because of the context and because of the educational point.
Oh, really?
So where can you pull in, where can you serve two audiences? That's sort of an extra bonus on top. If you can serve your first audience, which is the Leeds Rhinos fans, fantastic with those stories, but can we actually serve other areas? So whether that be medical professionals, whether that's being, I'm trying to think of another area, but that's, you're looking at sort of those dual points. Yeah. So that's always a bit of fun to try and
I
pull
think
out.
when the relationship becomes so personal, and you're talking about the coach, the level of trust, human trust that you form with a stranger, really, is both essential to good journalism, but it's so dangerous because you make one mistake with the coach, and he falls out with you, and everybody falls out with you. So you are really walking a bit of a tightrope. And I mean, if I can refer to Gabriel's made 2 or 3 really moving films about prominent figures in football. The late Sir Bobby Robson, the late Jack Charlton. There was originally a film made almost in response to a movie with the Clough family about Brian Clough. And the level of trust that he got from those people was both, I would think, a benefit and a burden, because all 3 of those films are warts and all. I mean, they're not sugar-coated. And actually, during the course of filming with Jack Charlton, he started to die. And you finish up covering the end of his life, which wasn't the original intention. So the sensitivities that grow out of these personal relationships, which are essential, I'm not quite sure how we educate young communicators in the difficulties of getting face to face with somebody, striking up a relationship, getting to the heart of the story, but then the responsibility that goes with it.
I think that's why people skills are so important, and probably maybe something that's overlooked a little bit in education, and that's why I think it's important we're having the conversation about it today, because quite a few people mentioned it this morning as well, in terms of maybe not so much getting people on your side, but ensuring that they have your trust. And I think from being inside a club, like I mentioned, that's one of the things that you probably see as a benefit, because there already is a level of trust there already established, because they know that you're on their side and not maybe external looking to take them to task for questions that they need asking and other things like that. But I think even when you're inside the 4 walls and people trust you already at a basic level because of who you are and where you're working, I think there's still a lot of trust to be gained, and how you do that is up to how you manage your relationship with them on a personal level. It's not just maintaining professional, you speak to them when you need to speak to them, you speak to them after a game, before a game, whenever it might be. It's, understanding what their life's like outside of work. Perhaps sometimes it's about understanding what their family's like, their wife, their children, whoever it might be. And that's really how you get to understand the person, and how you help them to understand you and trust you more as well. And I think as a result of that, you will be able to work with them on a professional level a lot easier, because they'll trust you, and difficult conversations that you may need to have at points, and difficult situations and scenarios that arise in a professional setting are easier to deal with as a result of having that relationship with them already because of the skills that you've got as a person.
The people in this room are in the same situation as me. They've got dozens of young people who want jobs and need jobs. They need placements. They're going to graduate next year, this year, in the years ahead. There are more jobs in club media, hands down more jobs in club media than there are in traditional journalism. Up to 400% more in Scotland alone, which is a shift. We've seen a massive shift in the last decade, even more post-pandemic. I'm trying to put it to the floor here for those who are educators. What do you think these guys should be telling you to help us prepare our students for getting the jobs that they already have and also bring them into placements?
I just wanted to touch on, sorry. I just wanted to reaffirm what you said.
Commentated a few of those, haven't you?
Oh, sorry. The people skills, I think that's the most important thing right now. And they don't have them. Like, we have to teach them that they need them. Whether it's COVID, whether it's... I run lots of placements. Charlie on the front row sat there is doing the course, and he's done a placement with me and is now a paid freelancer, working for the rugby paper, working for the Football League paper. But how he impressed me above everyone else was his personality, his social skills. He said yes to everything, which goes back. Yeah, it's those people skills. I take on a lot of placements. I'm a freelancer. I work for clients. I've got my own sites. I took on 10 students from the same university. I created a WhatsApp group, so I wanted to communicate them all quickly. Got to know them all individually, and I would message on that group, and none of them would reply. But they would always direct message me. They were too afraid to say something silly in a group environment, and I'm like, you want to be a sports journalist?
Yeah, that's.
How can you not speak to people?
Yeah, that's I would say a worry. People might disagree, but for me it is a little bit, and that might sound harsh because it's people who ultimately don't feel comfortable and maybe a little bit for whatever reason insecure or whatever. But I think you need to have that confidence and belief in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, then why is somebody who doesn't know what you can do ever going to believe in what you can do? And there's a famous saying, and a lot of the students in the room are probably sick of hearing it, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And it used to get rammed down my throat while I was an undergraduate, and sometimes I would be, I get it, you know what I mean? But I think once you've transitioned into the industry then, and you're in the position where you're looking at potential students and getting them in for placements, putting them on work experience, you're looking for the ones who can leave a lasting impression on you. So I would say maybe it's not what you know, it's who you know, but it's how you know them as well. It's how they leave an impression on you, because you might know somebody, I could recognise Charlie or recognise anybody else in the room, but not recognise them necessarily for the right reasons. I could recognise them because they've left a negative impression on me, or maybe not even left any impression at all, and I might just recognise a face or remember a name or something like that. The people who go far are the ones who leave a lasting impression on you. So you don't just know them, you know them because you know what they can do, and you trust them, and you know their personality, you know their character, you know they're hardworking, you know they're conscientious, you know they've got initiative, you know they're going to throw themselves forward into any situation. And that's probably something that is I think from my point of view, definitely a dying art, even in the sort of 5-6 years that I've been in the industry as a professional full time. And that's a shame, that's sad to see, and it's, again, I go back to that word, it's probably a little bit concerning, a little bit worrying. I think that's one of the main things that students now need to understand and almost add to their armoury, is to have the personality, have the confidence, have the self-belief and the self-backing to be able to throw yourself headfirst into those kind of situations, because if not, you're not going to get anywhere, because people will just look to the next person and the next person and the next person, because there's so many people who are after all these roles.
Especially in sports journalism.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe not news journalism, but in sports journalism, it's your opinion on the game. Your opinion on that.
I think you also, you have to be a human being in the planet like this, you know? I mean, I'm far from home right now, and we were talking about missing birthdays. I missed my anniversary yesterday, so we're good. But I think this is I
round of applause for
my wife.
For his wife.
She might have been happy out there. I don't know.
She told me she was really
she was actually.
She told me on WhatsApp.
But I think what I try to stress is this human interaction with our students, because it's so easy to direct message people, choose the platform. I'm non-discretionary on what digital platform you're using to connect with one another, but like, it's so easy to request a meeting or to request an interview or request anything, right? Hopefully not a job, via a quick chat on WhatsApp, whatever, LinkedIn, etc. But that you have to be able to do this, right? And like, because guess what? Like, all the athletes are doing this. Maybe not when they get to the locker room, they might be on their phones or whatever, but like when they're on the pitch or the field or the ice or the court, whatever it is, and their coaches are definitely doing this with each other and with the trainers or the physio people or whoever it is. And so you have to be able to do it. Like, you have to be able to sit and laugh and joke around and quip, but also ask serious questions. And if you don't have that ability, this is super hard. And it's going to make it really hard to get that trust and access that, you know, you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Like I said, it just goes back to the people skills, the communication skills, which are, it might have even been yourself at the start who mentioned that, you know, you've been in the industry for a long time, but communication is still as prevalent and more important than ever. And that boils down to things as basic as holding a conversation with people, or being able to sit in front of people like this and speak freely about the things that you believe in and your experiences and things like that. And a lot of people can't do that even one-on-one. They struggle to look you in the eye and have a serious conversation for longer than 30 seconds. And that's the way where people leave impressions on you, by their communication skills, whether that's speaking face-to-face, whether that's just when you're speaking online or over the phone with somebody or over email or whatever it might be. Taking 2 or 3 days to respond to a WhatsApp message, something as small as that, is a little bit of a concern. Again, it might be, you know, people might have their own reasons as to why it's taken them that long to respond and things like that, but the ones that leave a lasting impression on you are the ones that give you the least amount of problems. I don't want to be waiting 2 or 3 days to find out if you're available to cover a match this weekend. I want to prep it all in advance. I want you to be straight back onto me. I want you to be keen enough to come and communicate and show that you've got your house in order, because that then makes my job easier, if that makes sense.
We've definitely touched on it, sorry.
No, you forget.
We've definitely
You
touched
do
on
you.
it before. But from someone who went in from a working environment, then went back to education, whilst also working, that was during sort of the end of COVID, so 2021. I do think COVID has had a big impact on people's confidence, has had an impact on people's sort of how they come across in a professional manner. That is a problem. Like, remember the first week starting at Leeds Beckett, we were told, right, it's a Wednesday, you finished, it was your induction, go up to our head in the campus where all our main teams are, they're all training up there, go up there and sort of introduce yourself and find where you want to go. You know, a lot of people wanted to do football, so go find that football team, go find that Tuke ball team, well, that's a bit of a rogue one. And as someone who sort of had already got that sort of work experience and sort of is someone who likes to go out there and sort of get stuff done, I just went, yep, fine, absolutely not a problem, I'll go straight up there and get going. The amount of people that followed was very few, because there were, and people that went up, and even the thought of trying to talk to someone about American football or talk to someone about triathlon, whatever their sort of niche is, they weren't confident in themselves to want to do that. And some people dropped out of the whole course purely because they didn't like that aspect. They just thought, I can be a commentator. Oh, I like football, therefore I can be a commentator because I can talk about football. And that didn't really, that sort of, as someone who doesn't understand that, that sort of upset me, that that's how some people can think. I appreciate that things have changed, and you know, it's difficult coming out of not doing exams and having sort of a year, 2 years of not having any sort of face-to-face contact. I do think that's had an impact. But it's now, how do we build people back up to go, yeah, I can go speak to so-and-so about American football, I can go to so-and-so, I can get in contact with, taking it back to that National League level, I can go talk to Halifax Town because maybe they're looking for someone to do their social media, maybe they're looking for someone to do their match reporting, and that's how you sort of start. And then that's where your confidence gets built, isn't it? By going, right, I've got that first step on the ladder, right, how do I go further from there? And I think that's where the confidence needs to get built up. But it's on both parties. It's on both the educator, but it's also on the people that are joining the course in the first place, that right, this is something I want to do. I'm taking it by both hands. Let's get stuck in. Let's give up what I need to give up in order to sort of achieve and get to the level I want to get to.
Why do you think that? And I don't have the answer myself, but I think you're right. In terms of COVID affecting confidence of people, and this is open for everybody else in the room as well. Because
2 years of social development.
Yeah.
It'll probably take around 10, 15 years to go through the university system.
It's interesting, isn't it?
It's a mental health disaster.
Because I guess it affects different people in different ways, but I lost some of my sort of, I wouldn't say formative years, but I was 21 when COVID hit, I think, and lost sort of my early 20s. But I feel like in many ways it made me stronger, but I don't know whether that's just different people reacting in different ways or...
I think on that, as someone who was also 21, I think there was a period where, because we were able to go to uni and be out in the world and like live outside of high school, we got a bit of hands-on experience, so that when it came back, we were kind of lusting for it and wanting to go outside. At least that was my personal experience. Whereas I feel like looking at my cousins specifically, who are a bit young, my cousins who are a fair bit younger than I am, looking at them finishing high school in the last few years and coming up to now, I can see that they're a lot more timid to be out in the real world. And I think that like 2-year period of being stuck inside at that age, like those teenage years, really did impact them a lot. And I see it with like my younger classmates, because I was doing a master's, but I was a little bit older than most of my classmates. And I can see that they were a lot more shy to engage in class and like a lot less, wanting to be outspoken in class. And at first I thought, oh, maybe it's just a thing with like people in the UK, because I moved here a year ago. And then I got outside and I'm like, no, this is not a thing about people in the UK. It's very much like an age range thing. So I think it will just take a bit of time for people to recover from that.
I think it's probably affected maturity as well. I don't know if people agree, but you see people who are in age probably acting in general, and again, not by through any fault of their own and intentionally, but probably feel a little bit less mature in terms of how they act, how they conduct themselves, and even, again, going back to things like their people skills and their communication, everything like that.
I have to stop you there, but I do apologise. We've got one last point from the honourable gentleman from Sheffield Hallam, and then 175 years ago there was a famine in Ireland, and there's lunch out there. So, so I'm going to let the honourable gentleman from Sheffield Hallam have the final word, and then a big round of applause for all of these fantastic and helpful and supportive and talented people, please.
Clearly don't know me that well if you describe me as honourable. I think the interesting question is, we're talking about a change, aren't we, in where the jobs are. And for me, who came through the traditional route, working at local radio, it was always about asking the question. The difficulty now, though, is when you're starting to think, are we teaching they, or are we teaching we? And interestingly, for you going to commentate on Rangers, I would imagine it was still they. However, on some level, there's got to be a feeling of we. And where does that line fall for each of you guys within your roles? Because for me, I think that's one of the biggest challenges. As a commentator, I don't think I can ever say we. I struggle with that.
That's an excellent final question. So we'll start with yourself, sir.
Well, it's a problem that I've wrestled with, and I gave in during a couple of England major tournament games. And I thought about it. It wasn't an accident. I thought about it. And I thought very much, I always think back to everything that Reg said to me, because he taught me 95% of what I know. And when you're talking to an audience, and I mean, we had 29 million for the semi-final in Russia. Now, it's a very diverse country. There are a lot of people in Scotland who would not have wanted England to win that game.
I've never met them before.
Quite literally, if you're commentating on England versus Poland, there are an awful lot of Polish people watching you who clearly want them. But I think that the tone of the way that a tournament builds, and you're not kind of trying to be too tabloid, but I think we are a commercial state, or I still call ITV we, even though they've been me. You are a commercial station and you're trying to reflect a national mood. I think that the occasional, maybe one, maybe two wheeze during the course of a game is not the crime that I would have thought it to be probably 10 years earlier.
That's a good point. One line each from the final two gentlemen on we or they.
I think it's a very good question, and it's an interesting one. I think it's about striking a balance, and poignantly probably goes back to a point I made earlier about, from a fan point of view, never work for the club that you support and all that kind of thing. I think, yeah, it's about striking a balance and not getting too emotionally invested because you need to remain conscious of what your job is and almost separate yourself from a fan's mentality, because that can sometimes cloud your judgment at important moments. However, at the same time, going back to Bradford City, my club, they got promoted, I'm sure most of you know, earlier this season, scored a goal in the 96th minute and the final day, to go from, it was like a Manchester City Aguero moment, going from outside of the automatic promotion spots to inside. And I think to a certain extent, in that kind of a moment, you've got to be able to try and resonate with the fans in terms of we have done it, because it's not a case of, right, yeah, there's a goal being scored, we'll let you enjoy the moment. You've got to try and generate that buzz and that excitement through the responsibility that you've got through your internal channels and the tools and the resources that you've got at your disposal, in order to, of course, generate excitement among the fan base, but also drive your numbers as well, if that's what your aim is in terms of content, in terms of your social media channels and whatever it is you might be publishing.
I can stop you there because that's more
that's
than a line, and I don't mean cocaine. Just for the record, that's not I don't mean a line of cocaine. I'm not in Westlife.
Which vice haven't you covered so far? I'm just curious.
I'd like to tell you I was a trainee priest. I'm joking. They wouldn't accept me. Yourself, Jordan.
So I currently don't work for the athletic department, but if you did at Syracuse University, or if you worked for the Dallas Cowboys, or if you worked for the New York Yankees, it is a very definitive we, right? It's not, and I'd say even, the radio broadcasters and the television broadcasters, say for the New York Yankees, all get their paycheck from the New York Yankees. So they kind of do what you've done, which is sort of negotiate that with yourself, right? Yeah. But if you're so our team was, sorry, this is more than a line. Our team was graphic designers, motion graphic people, cinematic video creators, obviously TikTok, digital type creators, etc. There's no confusion about the voice that's coming from and the voice that you're speaking to, right? So, or that you're engaging with. So it's pretty definitive. It's not necessarily the place I always want to be, but it's definitely the place where I've been in certain things. Slightly different with the National Football League, because the we is the league, and your goal is to lift everything, right, and look for things differently. So working in that league in particular is very specific, right? And so in their overall branding and storytelling. So that's different than just working for a club or that kind of entity.
I'll try and keep it nice and short.
That's all right. No.
I agree with what both these guys have said. At Leeds, we lead again with a very strong we, because we value the fans. Our motto is one team, Team Rhinos. So if you don't have that we, then you're not buying into what the team's all about. But at the same time, I think once people coming from the outside of the organisation who aren't fans, I'm a massive Rhinos fan as well. I think for people who come in and buy into that we, that's when you then develop an understanding of, right, here's the line between we and they. This is the kind of environment. So if you're doing a press release, that's when it becomes a they. There's a tone and a formality where a they is required. But most of the time, especially in a social media scene, you want to be we, because that's where you keep it positive. That's where you actually keep it so that everyone feels involved, or everyone sort of can bounce off your brand, rather than seeming like it's something really corporate, like it's something really not standoffish, but it can feel that way sometimes. So striking that balance is really key, but trying to lead with a we, because especially the social scene, you can get so tied down at being so negative at the minute anyway. So the more that you can say we and be positive and use that we as a real positive mechanism, I think that's always going to be the winner out of them both, but it's finding that line.
I just want one more thing, sorry, and I think you both feel this way. It's like, it's not the same. It's the we, but it's also not the emotional roller coaster that your fans are maybe experiencing. So you're trying to you're with them, right? And you're trying to intuit their emotions and then work with that, right? So it's slightly different, but you are kind of together.
Speaking of we, I need to go to the toilet. So can you put a huge round of applause for our panel?
Thank you.
3.5 minutes.
Oh, let alone the research that has to come with it. I mean, Clive, you can tell us. I mean, research is the almost the essence of being live. I mean, that's what makes it so easy to be live at times, or easier, is it comes down to the amount of research that you do. Yeah.
No.
Hey, all right.
No, it's an essential, but it is only a tool.
Yeah.
No, how you use your research is if there's a skill to commentary or to the kind of presentation that you're talking about. No, anybody can do research.
I'm going to Clive's going to throw the box out if anyone else has any points to make at this juncture. I'll give you a moment to think. Yes, grab the box and give us an intro.
Hello, I'm Chris Pike. I'm a lecturer here, but I also run a training company based in Salford University called Pipeline. So we train across VFX, animation, and so on and so forth. It's quite exciting for us. This is really exciting, and Taylor and I have worked together quite a bit. Just going back to the comment about live, I absolutely believe that that's true. I'm also a big darts fan, because my husband does commentary for darts. And the last World Darts final at the Ali Pali, God, I've gone dry, 46% increase in the viewership from the previous one. It might be the Luke Littler effect, Luke Humphreys, possibly, but they wanted to watch it live, and it's the same with cricket. So I think for me, I think that's a really interesting thing. And the other thing is, obviously Stuart does commentary. Nobody really does commentary at university, and it is absolutely what you said. It's a real skill.
We do. We do.
Oh, well, there you go. Apologies.
In fact, we borrow a beautiful video that you put online, where you present all of your commentary charts. Because they ask about research and they ask to see mine, and it pales in significance because I can't write anywhere nearly as neatly as you can.
I think there is a lot of that, and those commentators I know do have brilliant research, and I probably agree with Clive, it's only up to a point where it's needed, but it does give that flavour and that colour, but what they're getting is reacting to stuff that's happening immediately with all that knowledge in mind and being able to speak eloquently on that. So
I think also that
commentary is journalism. It's how you editorialise the information that you've got. That is the skill, and that's what we're going to teach. So it's great.
That's what I was going to say, Clive.
Just on that, when I think it was the royal funeral, one of the reporters they had commentating on it was Eleanor Altroyd, who was a sports broadcaster but had the skills and clearly had done a background research as well to be able to do, a huge the biggest national news story we had going. They had a sports broadcaster do that because they have the ability to bring in that colour there as well. Right, let's, in fact, I'll bring in Raf here because live sports, especially in women's sport, is growing all the time. BBC have got the summer of women's sport as well. If it wasn't for the WSL, my opportunities on 5 Live would have been fewer and far in between. And for me, I always treated it the same as I would anything else. For me, they've always been just the same as far as, not one thing is higher than the other. But I know that's something that is a battle to try and get across the students, or at least it can be.
Yeah. Just on the live sport point, just while we're on that, I think one of the real challenges as a sports educator is providing the opportunities for students to do that when we are often confined by institutions to teaching them 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. There's not a lot of live sport that happens in those hours. And so I think that's a big kind of practical issue, and I'd be really interested to hear about strategies for that and how we deal with that. But yeah, so I guess maybe I should talk a little bit about my background.
I did say at the beginning, everyone gave us a précis and nobody did.
So my route into journalism and journalism education has been quite unconventional, I would say. I have never had any journalism training. I fell into journalism by accident because I was doing a history doctorate, looking at the history of women's cricket. Okay, here we go. I was doing a history doctorate, looking at the history of women's cricket, and this was about 15 years ago. There was almost no media coverage of women's cricket at this point. Because I was blogging about my research, it then got picked up by ESPN Cricinfo because there was a big media hoo-ha about a particular female cricketer called Sarah Taylor. And so that's sort of how I kind of came into journalism, and then have subsequently then taught history and sports management whilst building up my freelance journalism career. But those departments got a little bit twitchy about me doing so much sports journalism, so I thought, well, if I'm teaching sports journalism, then that will overcome that issue. So I've now been teaching on the sports journalism programme at Bournemouth for a couple of years. But I suppose that all of that is to say that my route into journalism has been kind of almost like via advocacy. And we've had conversations today, I guess, about the role of journalists and our kind of our missions and our values. But I think for me, it's been a route that's come kind of via advocacy for women's sport and women's cricket specifically. So one thing that I think is really important for our students is actually to encourage advocacy and to encourage that passion if they want to pursue a particular niche. I will say that I think that sometimes we aren't helping ourselves there. We know we've got a huge issue in sports journalism education because it's still extremely male dominated. We also have a little bit of an issue in terms of who's teaching sports journalism because that's still very male dominated. And I think that that's an issue because, right, if you can't see it, you can't be it, that cliche, that's clearly going to be an issue in terms of recruiting students and recruiting female students. So I do think those two things are very connected. I don't think that we're necessarily helping ourselves in terms of potentially attracting a more diverse student base. I think that I was actually talking to somebody about this earlier, that the NCTJ has an issue. If I'm a student and I want to get gold standard NCTJ in sport, then I have to be really good at covering football because that is what I'm assessed on, and I don't think that's fair. And I'm not saying that there are not young women who really want to be covering football and who are excellent at doing that, but I do think that there are also, well, certainly my experience of my female students has been that they come to me, some of them, and they say, I really want to do really well, and I know they're excellent writers, and I want to do really well, and I want to get my gold standard at NCTJ, but I don't really know very much about football, and I totally feel their pain because I literally learned what a brace was about 2 weeks ago. Apparently, it's when you. But you know, similarly, I mean, there are going to be loads of students who don't know what a googly is. I don't necessarily expect them to come to university with that knowledge. And yeah, I don't necessarily expect them to graduate with that knowledge if they don't want to cover cricket. So I think that is an issue. I think I've probably talked for long enough there, so I'll wrap up.
You've got time. Well, I guess, I think that one of the things that we should be talking about is how we help students change the industry. And I think that is because you were saying just then about how you have treated women's sport kind of completely equally in how you cover it. But I do think that we're still in an industry that isn't doing that, and we still have there is still sexism within newsrooms across the country, and I think one of our duties as journalism educators is to produce students who are industry leaders, not industry followers. And the real risk that we have with the current kind of structures and the current recruitment and the current student profile is that we are just replicating decades-old practices. I don't have the answers in terms of how we change that. I can give you a couple of examples of things we've tried to do at Bournemouth, but okay. So one thing that I've done is introduce covering women's sport as a compulsory element to assessment. I thought that would go down like a bucket of cold sick with our 80% male student base, but it hasn't. They've been very receptive to it. There's still a tendency for them to write me lovely pieces about how they went and had a round of golf with a professional women golfer, and very surprised that actually women can be quite good at golf. So that is definitely an issue.
but there has not been any kind of outcry. They do accept that. So I think that's one thing we've done. Another thing that we've done for the first years, which is quite fun, is actually my husband comes in and does a press conference with them and plays the role of a very sexist football manager. Actually, they don't know who he is. They know that they know that the club is not a real club, but they genuinely don't have any idea who he is. And they think they're just doing a kind of midweek press conference. And then he goes off on a sexist rant midway through about the lady footballers taking over all the resources because of the nine pitches, not the 9 practice pitches, the lady footballers have started using one, and he's really unhappy about it. And he just goes off on this rant, and you can just see the students in the room, and they're not quite sure how to react. It's a really interesting scenario. And I think so we're trying to replicate some of the sexism that they might encounter in the real world, perhaps not quite that blatant anymore, although that's arguable. And how do you respond to that as a journalist? And so I think that's a couple of strategies that I've tried to introduce the last couple of years at Bournemouth. But I mean, I'm really open to ideas and suggestions. I think this is a really important thing that we need to be talking about.
I know there's some fascinating examples there. Question, we've got for send the box your way.
Who wants it?
Just a comment, and this is kind of
go on, Taylor.
Just a comment before we come to you, and this is kind of a aside, but what I've noticed in women's football in particular is where there's a vacuum of journalism, content creation is replacing that, and it's not able to hold that to account at all. And we've seen some really strong stories from women's football where, you know, Man United women having to get ready in a cubicle when they've got their own facilities that have been taken over, for example. If there's no one able to shed light on these stories, then it's not going anywhere. And yet there are loads of them because of the disparities you're talking about, like Wolves women's team not even applying for a place for promotion if they were promoted. If there's nobody covering that journalism at all, this is an area that desperately needs it as well. Point over there, tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Srihari. I'm an MBA student at the University of Chester. This is more of a experience and also then a question. So when I did my master's in sports journalism about a decade ago at Sunderland, one of the first things that I did was I got assigned a sports team that I was supposed to be covering for the entire year. That sports team no longer exists. I was covering the Sunderland City Women's Predators volleyball team. And I covered them for the entire year. I went on, it was a very small team. We had a small minivan, and when they went out to play to Derby and to Nottingham, I'd go with the team, I'd do match reports, I'd interview the coaches and the players, and it would get published on SportsBite. One of the things I noticed throughout the whole year was the simple fact that as a student, I had to be a journalist while I was still a student. That avenue, that opportunity that was presented to me was pivotal. While do I remember any of the press conference quotes from women's volleyball? No, but did I understand what question I need to ask when the team is winning, when the team is losing? Who do I ask? What is their general preparation levels and their just proclivity towards talking? That's very important. I think in the current scheme of things, with so many more roles available across the spectrum in the industry, inside teams and in journalism as well, I think it's very important when you're there as a student for you to do what you're going to be doing afterwards, because you will learn that skills, and you will learn that skills in a very protected environment, because nobody's going to care, or at least nobody did care when I mispronounced the women's volleyball player's name, and I did apologize afterwards. But if I do that with Cristiano Ronaldo, I would probably receive death threats. So the difference is, in terms of in a protected, safe environment, being able to make mistakes, to be able to learn and put into practice the skills that you have, I think it's incredibly important. And I think every university that has a journalism course, if every university has local teams, and the local teams are more than happy to have somebody come cover their games if that opportunity is provided to everyone. Because did I go in expecting to cover women's volleyball? No. But did I learn a lot from it that helped me? It definitely did. So I think that's an avenue where every university can provide, assign them to a team, make them cover the entire year, and then see what they learn from it.
I'll bring James in here, because that's a fascinating example there, because then you've got you've got something you're allocated to that you've got to be covering as well, which sounds like a really useful way to therefore have something formally in place. And this kind of links back to a point that you'd like to make, just on how I don't want to use the word dynamic, but I'm going to. But how well can we as educators, or you as educators, change a course and adapt the course to what it needs to be? How difficult is that process? How agile can you be? If this is what people want and this is what the media industry is looking like, how quickly can that change be made?
It depends on the institution you work for and the people above you. I'm the SQA subject lead for HM Media in Scotland. So it's all about crossing T's, dotting I's, keeping college courses rigid, and that's the parameters and the framework that's needed. I worked at Glasgow Uni, worked at Stirling, at UWS, and I work at the Open University, an external at Derby, an external at Sussex. Every institution is different. And if the person above you gives you the trust and the confidence to make your course malleable and flexible, then you can pivot in real time. If you don't have that support and that trust from higher management, upper management, then you really are shafted. It's different for the likes of David Tanner and I. We've got students that are very passionate in Scotland, at Edinburgh Napier and EWS, about what they do. We've got courses that are very current and very relevant. But the task for David and I is to keep our courses fresh and to keep them engaged. And I know that other institutions, especially in England, there are a lot more restrictions, especially around placement, like as the gentleman behind Sunderland said. How many hours do you need? Which is your screen skills saying this? Is BGTC saying this? Where do they go? Protecting students in different ways. It's very, very difficult to change courses unless you have support from deputy deans and deans. And unfortunately, sports journalism doesn't have a place where it fits in the academy in many institutions. People don't know whether it fits with humanities and arts, whether it belongs more with law, whether it belongs more with sports science. So in many cases, you don't have someone above you who understands the value of the subject area. So
Where do you think it fits?
I think it fits right at the crossroads of arts and humanities and something that is a lot more hands-on. And I think that's what but I don't think it'll change immediately, but it'll change differently in different ways. And we can't say that it's going to be this. It can't be too theoretical. I've got a PhD, I've done postdoctoral work in this area, but it can't be all people with postdocs teaching sports journalism. It can't all be guys teaching sports journalism. It has to be something more, something different and changing. So disability sport is a prime example. If you can encourage people above you to the value in covering disability sport and Paralympic sport, and the students get benefit, like the lady at the end said about covering women's sport, but it's getting the people above us to trust us to refresh and revamp and change our degrees. And that's really hard.
Yeah, how do you try and get that buy-in?
You've got to show them the value in graduates. So those up above us, and I'm going to be one of those people as well, so I'm going to become one of those people, but they look at numbers, so stats. Data, NSS, God help us all. Graduate destinations.
What's NSS?
National Student Satisfaction for undergraduate course leaders, or former course leaders like me. It's percentages and numbers. They understand
Fill
that.
it out and tell you how satisfied they were with their last 3 years, basically.
I think in-house marketing teams like Caroline is involved here, and Andrew, I think, at Salford. See, all our institutions, we should utilize people like these to get our student success stories out louder, to tell our graduate journeys louder. Because when we're the loudest and the most positive, they can't turn around and say, oh, what do you do? Oh, you want to change the course? Oh, they know who you are because your student works for West Ham. Your student was on TV. Your student was in TalkSport. So I think we need to use more of these resources like that. And I think that's the only way people at the top will see value, because they live in little echo chambers.
Speaking of echo chambers, Taylor, you've thrown this together. That's not where I'm going with this. Student voice is something you wanted to touch on as well. Where do their thoughts, where does their input come in to all of this when it comes to course design?
We get the NSS, and that's great, but I don't think it's not the most accurate measure, and it shouldn't be the only tool in our tool chest, right? I think we should be giving out mid-module reviews and all that kind of stuff, and you can get it formal and down on paper, but really what it takes is an effort to listen and an effort to try, like every single term, like you were saying, to keep the course fresh every year, to be engaged enough, to care enough, to keep looking out there at what's going on. Now, the hard part is it seems like we're doing a lot of looking
and I'm not going to call it guessing, maybe speculation is a better word, because that communication with the field just hasn't been there. And so we're looking at the field as it is now, and then saying, all right, well, we got to change the first year curriculum to reflect this change going on today. Well, we change it now for a first year, but maybe by years 2 and 3, that thing has started to become obsolete and replaced by something else. And it does become very hard in a university system to keep changing at that pace. And I've said it over and over and over again. I don't know what the answer is. And I think that's why I put this together today, is because these kinds of big questions are, I think, especially when we look at the state of the university system, coming to a head. And I think if we're not ready, if we're not proactive, we'll get cut.
There's a university in London that created an MA in podcasting in under a year. They launched it, they recruited. That course will be gone in 4 years. That's what you need to do. You need to satisfy your audience, satisfy your demands, because we're not allowed to think long term anymore, because we mightn't be around long term. So we need to be able to have the freedom to think short term, to keep ourselves in position. Bournemouth in this situation, you're living this. We need to keep ourselves in a situation where we can still have jobs, but also have the freedom to keep our courses fresh, because keeping our courses fresh is the only thing that keeps us alive and keeps us in positions. And if we're being constrained and restrained by people who don't understand them or appreciate them, then we're driving our own coffin off the edge of a ship, and that's really concerning. So we need a lot more support, and things like this can help that, because this adds credibility, kudos to a field that may not have been taken very seriously 5 years ago, 10 years, or 15 years ago.
Isn't there an argument though, let's say something like the radio package, right? If you graduate from here and you go to 5 Live, for example, you might never make a radio package because it doesn't have a place anymore. Ultimately, that will probably come down to resource, right? In fact, that will come across a lot of the output on radio, right? The things that we take for granted as what makes good radio might not be there anymore because there simply isn't somebody on shift to make that. But if you lose that skill and you lose those abilities, then you're not adding anything to the newsroom, right? If you're coming out with just the skills to be a drone within the industry that's got so little space, then where do you fit?
Seth will probably be able to speak, better than I can, but the whole concept of a radio package, using your example, Sanny, is interesting, because fundamentally what you're doing there is you're telling a story in a fairly confined space, and that's ultimately what journalism is, of course, telling stories, trying to find the best people that can help explain those stories in whatever way. It could be a 60-second Instagram reel, it could be a 2.5-minute radio package, it could be a 2-minute video package or whatever for news at 10 or 6 o'clock news or whatever. Fundamentally, it's about telling the story. So that is a skill that people will always need. It might pivot, it might adapt, it might change, but fundamentally we're teaching the students how to be able to tell those stories. So that fundamentally will always exist in one form or another. But James is right. I mean, fundamentally, and just to give the non-academics in the room a little bit of context, university courses are under threat if they don't recruit. If they don't recruit, it's because largely there's either too much competition in your region, or you're not good enough in the eyes of the potential students about what it is that you do. Now, just bear with me for 90 seconds whilst I have a little bit of a sidebar. A lot of universities are suffering at the moment because student numbers have gone down. They've gone down because those universities higher up the food chain are essentially recruiting students that would have gone to Solent or Salford or Manchester or Sheffield or UWS or Napier or whatever, or UCLan or whatever it might be. They may, these students may have gone to other universities. These students that would have gone to these sorts of universities, we were essentially fishing in a pool, okay? That pool is now being trawlered by universities higher up the food chain. And they're trawlering our pools because they've been affected because their international student numbers have vastly reduced. They've reduced mainly for 3 main reasons. Brexit was a big thing, the cost of living in this country is a big thing, and the war in Ukraine, because you've got international students who are afraid now to travel and study in the UK. Because it's overseas, because it costs an absolute fortune, and because effectively putting the two fingers up to the rest of the world by voting Brexit has meant that universities have taken a massive hit. So the Russell Group universities and higher up the food chain are now fishing in the same pool as other universities perhaps represented on this panel and further afield. So we've got to now, in James's words, pivot, and we've got to think, okay, how can we reinvent ourselves and how can we make sure that we are still relevant to the industry, but also garnering that attention and that interest from potential students? And that's a really, really tricky balancing act.
Anyone? Oh, question? Yes? Wait for the box. Who's got the box?
So I've got a question for all the panel, because I'm not an educator, but I work with universities and train students. I totally get that you want to evolve, but there's a trust thing here with placement students. I need to know if they're coming on a placement with me and I'm going to make them do a podcast or a broadcast or write a story, that they know the basics, that they know media law, all the boring stuff. That gives me assurance. So evolve the course, but there's got to be pillars there. If you're going to do journalism, all those old school values are more valuable with Google and the guidelines, because there's so much fake news. So you've got to be creative, but you've also got to make sure the boring stuff gets done, I think, because that allows me to be rest assured that I can take on a placement student and let him go and learn in the field with a brand of mine, and I just don't want to get sued. So I just say, you know, I'll get you out there, but I trust that you're doing a journalism degree with these guys and they've taught you media law.
And I think the key thing there is actually the fundamentals for all of our courses. Going back to the two-minute radio package. You do a 2-minute radio package because you learn to tell a story in audio format in 2 minutes. You do a 6-series podcast because you want to be able to tell it in 3 hours. You learn those fundamental skills, the editing, the editorial, the storytelling, the writing, all of that is why you teach those skills. Not because necessarily you're going to go to 5 Live and sit there making packages for Drive, because that doesn't exist anymore. But what you will maybe learn is how to make a strand, where you use different bits of the audio. For somebody like you that's taking students on to come work with you, you then know, and this is my big bugbear with the course that I've been presiding over, is I don't think our students were coming out with a high enough skill set at the end, because we weren't setting the bar high enough for them in year 1, year 2 and year 3. You know, once you get into final year, you should be working at a level where if we put you in a newsroom, you wouldn't be too far off being able to put what you've done out on air. By the end of that, that's where you need to be, because that's the job that you want. So for me, it's about, if we can give those fundamental editing skills and go away a little bit from TV and radio, like forget about that. It's video and audio. And if you're talking about the social media, you don't need to talk about social media. That's just another visual way of telling stories, another platform of telling stories. So if we can get them to understand audience, we give them a skill set where they can edit and understand the rules, then we have a better chance of them being able to tell stories in whatever medium it is. And I think that's the responsibility that I really feel, and that's where I feel that my course is going to improve the most, if you like. And maybe it's an arrogant view, but if we can hold them to higher account through, then you're going to get somebody that's better. And you know, the old guys and the old women in the room that are sitting there on jobs, now maybe it's going to be a bit harder, because you get these super skilled people that are speaking the language of the audience every single owner of an organization is trying to chase. Because we don't speak 18 to 24, most of us. They do. That's their superpower. And that's a really crucial thing that we have to lean into. Yeah, they don't have the experience, but what do? They speak and operate in a way that their peers, the people that need to buy the streams, read the newsprint, read the social media, whatever it is, they speak their language. And that's what we've got to lean into a little bit more and give them the confidence that they can go in and make a difference to whatever environment they're going to be working in.
But also we need to be giving them information, not just skills, right? Because that's what you're saying. They need to know media law.
There's theory.
Which is why I don't think I agree with you, Seth, that the lecture's dead. Because how do you teach media law? How do you give students information? Even our journalism students need to. It's not all going to be let's have a fun day learning how to use the TV cameras, or you know, it is about giving them information as well, because they have to have information in order to function on placement and then actually on graduation. So I think it's about a mixture of those things. I think they need to have some theory and some solid foundations as well as practice.
But in terms of the lecture, if you like, that 50 minutes standing and talking, I don't believe that is what any of the students have coming into university anymore. They don't have teachers that stand in front of them. It's an interactive experience, and that's what we've got to work a lot harder on to reflect. Certainly at my university, I can't speak for anybody else's, but we don't do a very good job of interacting within our lectures.
James?
I'm just taking here with my Open University hat on. We're launching a BA in Film and Media in 2.5 years' time. We're the first fully remote media course in the UK. And we will be adopting a blended approach, taking on all of your views and insights, but with the onus on the individual student journey to allow them to pick and choose when they have to and can access the material they need in bite-sized forms and long-form forms and in between. Because the students that we've had for years, traditional students we've had, they don't exist. I'm at a widening access institution in Scotland. David understands what that's like, having students who are working jobs, journalism jobs, sports journalism jobs, and working other jobs to support their family. So we need to become more malleable, but still, more importantly than ever, make sure they get that grounding, that they don't get sued, and they don't get you can get prison sentences for defamation and slander. It's very, very important. So it is pivotal that we don't lose sight of the core elements: criticality, analysis, questioning, rationale. They need to know who Christian Fuchs is. They need to know Bourdieu is. They also need to know what offside means, you know? And I think that's really, really important.
And this is what would set us apart from the children of pop stars or reality people who may be taking presenting jobs and journalism jobs in the near future. Mo, you've got a question in English rather than Welsh, I'm assuming?
Sut wyt ti Cymru heblaw? Obviously, what I want to say, like with lectures as well with university, I did a master's sports broadcast in Cardiff Met, but with what you've got to do as lectures as well is make it more exciting for the students in a classroom. We had a lecturer that was telling us every day, I don't want you sitting here, go out in the university, there's over 30 different sports men and women that are played. I want you to do features, I want you to find stories, or even when the World Cup Qatar was going on, he said go and find students from Morocco or Iran, because Morocco was doing well and Iran was doing well. And a lot of the students, because they never had resilience, they were thinking, where are we going to go? So I had childhood friends that were from Morocco, so I video called his dad who was in Qatar, and I put it on a lecture in the university. So I think you've got to find something for the student that's going to attract the students to the course, and the lecture's got to have connections with media companies that are working there. So that's how I ended up working for the Welsh national team, the qualifiers, and the disabled championships, and even World Rally that was held in Wales. So I think the lecture's got to find that excitement to get people excited to come onto the course.
Which is valid, but I also think you need to have a mixture of live sessions, as in nutritional lectures. You also need pre-recorded material.
Yeah.
You need more bite-sized material. We need material that satisfies the largest possible student experience, because there is not going to be the traditional student in the years ahead based on the economic situation we're in.
Like, sorry, I don't want to come back. Yeah. Like women's sports as well. Women's sports not covered enough. So in the university, the women's basketball and the women's football wasn't covered, but because their games were outside university games, when they're travelling in bucks, you know what bucks is, when they play the sports against different, you've got to have someone that's going to follow them and basically try and get their stories out, even though it's after, because going to other universities like Bath, University of East London, going on a minibus with women is not ideal for a man. You're going to think you're going to feel uncomfortable. But as long as someone's there to tell them stories, to bring them stories to audiences that don't see it, basically.
A couple of questions. Emily, you're next up. The team.
Sorry, I just wanted to also pick up on the women's sport issue, obviously we were talking about before. You know, very passionate about it, long advocated for it at the BBC, you know, and have encountered the kind of sexism that you're talking about in newsrooms, not so much personally, but towards women's sport and stories that you're trying to cover. you know, for example,
And Emily, you had a women's sport correspondent role, right?
Yes, I did. So I was, this is kind of what I was going to talk about, really. I was the BBC's first women's sport journalist in 2018. But I really wrestled with that decision to take that role and whether that role should be needed, because I think we've got this constant battle between women's sport as sport and women's sport needing champions to push it forward. And I really wrestle with that now as well as an educator of, you know, it was really interesting to hear actually what you're doing. And I've kind of tried to do similar things in that I did a live text commentary assessment, and for the practice we did a netball match, and most of my students had never seen a netball match in their life. And then for the actual assessment we did a women's football match. But I kind of thought about that in my head, and I think, well, should I be sort of making that an essential part of things, or should it be a choice? But I think we're in this position where we almost need to actively encourage these things. And eventually I did take the job that you're mentioning, because I kind of thought, if I don't advocate for this and if I don't push this, then who is going to? But I think we're at a position now, and it was interesting to hear what you're saying about recruitment and also educators, is how we get that balance, because how do we appeal to female students? How do we let them know that this is a place where they can come and they can cover what they want to cover? And whether that be, you know, I've also been a football reporter on 5 Live Final Score for the Championship, for League One, for League Two. You know, whether that be men's football or women's sport, that this is a home for women. So I'm kind of just interested to hear what our kind of perspectives are on that, and how we change that in terms of recruitment and in terms of educators and changing the face of what we're teaching.
I think it's a great question, and it's certainly not one that I have lots of answers for. Yeah, I think it's really important to talk about. I think one thing that we need to make sure we're focusing on is creating a really great environment for our female students who are currently with us studying, rather than thinking about theoretical women who may want to come and study with us. And it is really easy on these courses for it to descend into a very laddish environment in the classroom, and I'm really interested to hear strategies for how we kind of get around that. Another thing that we've done at Bournemouth was, and again, people may disagree with this, but when we had an Assess News Day and they had to produce a magazine, I put all of the women in one group. Because I was like, well, if I dissipate them, then they're not going to get their voices heard. And they got the best mark, and they absolutely loved it, and they lauded it over the rest of the class and the lads, and it was like the best thing that I've done as a journalism educator. And so that was fantastic. But yeah, so it's kind of
just on that, by the way. Did that change what the boys then thought?
Yeah,
in the
definitely.
next weeks and
Yeah, I definitely wasn't marking it, going, well, I'm going to give them. They earned that mark. They absolutely earned that mark. I think, you know, a lot of us in this room will be familiar with the fact that often our female students are more diligent because they know that they're going to have to work hard. They still have to work harder in industry to gain that respect, and that's starting at university. So it wasn't a surprise to me that they got the best mark. But yeah, I think it did help to tip the balance somewhat of kind of then what the classroom felt like. But that was for a particular cohort. It's not necessarily the universal answer.
I think that's a really good point you make about focusing on the people that are here, the women that are here. But I do think there's an extra question here, because you're right, the applicant ratio is way off, as you would expect, right? And so I've been given this thought, like, I think we have to go out and find them actively if we want them. And I do think that's going to take a little creativity. One of the things I've been considering is, if, like, places where we know 16, 17, maybe even a little younger women, girls who are already into sport, because that seems to be the universal unifier of, like, sports media students. When they come, they all have a universal love of sport, right? That has to be essential.
Well, they're ex-athletes in our case.
Yeah, and usually when they come to a sports media course, they're looking for a way to still outlet their passion, because they can't do it in whatever way they would have wanted. So I think we need to go to rugby clubs, football clubs, netball clubs, cricket clubs, and specifically go say to these women and girls who already love sport, you can do this. I bet you want to, and you know what, you should. And I don't know the best way to go out. I always love doing things in person, but that's really hard. But I do think we need some active communication to go out and say, you are welcome here.
And that does make it makes a huge difference. When I was at school, I was probably about 13 when I told somebody I wanted to be a football reporter. And that person was Richard Dinnis, who was at Radio Lancashire at the time. And he said to me, will you be amazing? And it made such a difference for me to think, okay then, I'll go for that, I'll push that. And I think that it's a problem when you say about applicant numbers, it's in, it's the problem in recruitment for jobs as well. You know, obviously you're aware of, many years at BBC Sport that the applicant ratio for jobs with females is too low. But these women are out there, so it's how we connect that. And I think another thing is just about everybody getting to the point where all sport is treated equal. And I've got this dream that this is going to happen, but it's going to take time. And I see things in our younger generation that inspires me in terms of what we can do on these courses. There's a great clip of cricket, I don't know if you've seen it, where there's a young boy in New Zealand who gets asked about a batting performance in the men's team, and he says, yeah, but did you see Susie Bates last week? And it blew my mind when I saw it, because I thought that kid was about 7 or 8, and I thought if we can continue that, then we're bringing through people who are seeing sport differently, and it is changing, but I think we as educators have a big part in that.
Just to put you on the spot, and with your view now one step removed from BBC Sport, what do you take from the Festival of Women's Sport then? Is that a good thing that exists, or is that actually kind of making things...
I wish it didn't. Because in 2019 we had a similar issue where I pitched a women's sports show here at Media City, where we had a panel of 5 or 6 women and 35 elite sportswomen in the room together, and we broadcast them on 5 Live talking about issues in women's sport. I pitched that as a programme that I felt that needed to be on air, but it became part of this wider summer of women's sport. And I was like, every summer's a summer of women's sport. I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't work.
If you look hard enough,
But every summer is. So at the time, I was like, I was really conflicted with this, the thing that I was passionate about, the Netball World Cup in Liverpool, this show that I was producing, all these things, and this wider branding suddenly of the summer of women's sport. And you're right, a couple of weeks ago I saw that and I thought, we are 6 years down the line and we are producing another summer of women's sport. And I think it's a great shame, but at the same time, I'd rather that, and that it's being seen, and that it's being marketed, and that it's being pushed, than not. But I have actively been in conversations of wanting to cover women's sport and being told I need to wait to a day when the Champions League isn't on, or something like that, because we can't put this out today because the Champions League is on and nobody will notice it. And I'm like, yeah, but the sport is now, the story is now, and ringing up and asking them to change a netball story, for example, where the England netball captain pulled out, retired 6 weeks before a World Cup because she was pregnant. And I rang up the BBC Sport website and said, where is this story? And they said, oh, no one's clicking on it, so it's further down. And I said, if Harry Kane had retired 6 weeks before a World Cup, we would be all over this. So I know it's not the same, and I know it takes time. But yeah, it's tricky. But I think we as educators have now this path to bring people through in a different environment and a different scope.
So just 2 things I would say on strategies that I think kind of spans both of this. So one of the things that I did as soon as I took over as the head of sports journalism is I put in a mentoring scheme for the women that were on our sports journalism courses. Because when you look around the room and you don't see many people that look like you need somebody that maybe can help you a little bit. So that was the first thing I did in the first week, and they then used one another to deal with some of the things that maybe, do you really want to come, if you're an 18-year-old girl, do you want to come and talk to me about whatever issue you've got on your course? Maybe, but maybe not. And that was a nice way to sort of help with some of those things. I also thought a little bit more about meeting environments. Do I want to be sat in my office with an 18-year-old girl? Is that where I'm going to get the most out of that experience? Is that where she's going to get the most out of that experience? So I decided that actually all my meetings were going to be done down in a much more public area where hopefully people feel a bit more comfortable where they are. And then I think the other thing that I did, and I made a real conscious effort for this, was going back to what you were talking about examples. And the examples more being around different sports, not necessarily women's sports, men's sports, disability sports, actually just different sports. Don't always de facto go to football.
Yeah.
Because you have that FIFA group of 18-year-old boys that really want to talk about 6 football clubs, that really want to just hyper-focus on that. But actually, Formula One seems to be a sport that has massive appeal to our women that are on our course. For whatever reason, there seems to be, I've noticed this on open days as well when we talk about that, way more than men's football, women's football or anything else. Formula One seems to be, and then minority sports as well. So in Sheffield, a big ice hockey community, I've got 6, 7 students on the course that they would describe that as being their number one. So those are just a couple of things that I've found hopefully changes the environment a little bit for the women that are on the courses that I'm running.
Sorry, I'll pass this on. Just how we, within the class as well, I've got one of my classes which has 3 females in it, but they are very much a group, and they are actively, aware that they see the boys as this group, if you like, that you're, this more laddie group, and I'm like, how do I bring that together so that everybody works together as a team? And that I think these are quite interesting in terms of how we develop that dynamic, but anything that we can do that helps that, like you say, in terms of making it more accessible and broadening different sports is going to help that.
There are 2 questioners behind you.
Warwick had one before. Yeah.
I think my point's covered. I just think education should be a provocation. We shouldn't be telling them, we should provoke them. So you should be getting industry people in, tell them what the industry's like, not I'm going to tell you what the world is like. Get me in, I'll come and tell you. Get yourself in if you don't work in it. I've got 12 weeks to cover, I'd get 12 guest speakers in.
Haven't got any budget for guest speakers this year. That's
I know, I tried it.
If you want to come for free, we'd love to have you.
Isn't it interesting? Because I said I'd quite happy to come for free. You still can't get people in. No, come and if you want a relationship with a university to get the graduates that you're going to get, why don't you build a relationship with tell us what the real world's about? 20 years ago, I was trying to get people in and say, can you pay me £90 an hour? All that sort of rubbish, garbage. If you want a proper relationship with a vocational area, you should be working with the local industry. Look at your address book and go, right, who can come in and give me an hour to tell the students what the real world's like? That's what I'd love to see, because that's what universities are advertising. Apprenticeships. I've asked the local university, where's the placement? Oh, the student has to find it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How on earth have you got validated as a course without industry backing? But it happens.
Just before we get your question.
No, I was just going to say, I felt more like a salesman than ever in the last academic year, because for the first time ever, really, outreach, going round to schools, I've had to build it into my diary, basically. It's no longer always something nice to do on the odd occasion. It's part of the job now, because there's no one else going to do it. You've got to do it. And they're not going to come to you, schools and sixth form colleges. I literally started with a blank sheet and just cold called schools and said, can I come and talk to you about the course? And I've kind of built up a little bit of a network now, but I'm looking to expand it, because I've only been able to go in the South Wales area. But none of my colleagues are doing it. And for years, it's like, well, it's someone else's job to promote the course. Well, it's not anymore, because they've all been sacked. So,
well,
not sacked, laid off. You know, there's
tell
just
me,
no
that
resource.
That goes back to that thing that I was talking about. That before you didn't need students would come and find you, or potential students would come and find you. They'd know that Swansea was an opportunity for them. They'd know that Solent was an opportunity, Sheffield, whatever it might be. Now you have to work harder, because those students that went to those universities are now going to other places. And that's because, what I said before, about the food chain has changed. The food chain has radically, in the landscape in UKHE has changed and is changing. And it's all built out of the fact that UK institutions for the last 2 generations have been built on a foundation of international students. Those international students are now down by half into the UK. So that income needs to be replaced by something or someone, and that is, those institutions are now fishing in the pond that we used to fish in. But they're much more aggressive because they have more income, because they have more research money, because they have greater turnover, and therefore they're more aggressive with their marketing, which means that in other institutions, the trickle-on down effect means that you are spending half your time as a salesman. And that doesn't mean that it should affect what it is that we're teaching and who it is that we're teaching, but we actually are needing to work harder, much harder, to get the students that we would have got before. And there is an argument, although it's up to you as to whether or not you subscribe to it, you're trying to convince students who might not necessarily have come to university to come to university. And then you've got an issue with continuation and completion and graduate outcomes, which then again hits your KPIs, which then again hits your reputation.
We've got about 10 minutes left. I'm going to get a question for you all.
Okay.
With a minute.
Yep.
You have roughly, and I've got questions in the room, so I'll
Yeah,
come to it. I'll give you roughly a minute each on if there was an element if you wanted to change your course, or if you were redesigning a course from scratch. Some of us maybe are, Taylor. What one thing would you like to add? I know Raf maybe hinted at maybe even Saturday news days, for example. Let's give you a minute on that. Just to go back, covering female sport just for a moment, just to give one example of what one can do. My kind of training outside of studying here was then straight at BBC, and worked on quite a few programs. Already had the 50-50 program, which is it's quite a rudimentary approach, but I think Ros Atkins was the originator of it. But it's basically on a program over the course of a week or a month, roughly your contributors are 50% men, 50% women, which even if the sport is a male sport, funnily enough, the planet is 50-50, so that roughly is okay. But having that grounding from quite an early point meant that, for example, yesterday, after previewing and then revealing Everton's fixtures live on Sky Sports News, I was asked to do Voxes at Anfield. It just so happened there was a market on Stanley Park car park, which is next to the ground. Now, you think on a Wednesday morning, who's at a marketplace? Basically, the ideal radio listener for local radio would be great for that. I can get lots of older working class voices. However, if you spend enough time there and you work a bit harder, you can get a good gender balance and get a younger voice as well. And I got everyone, and I said I could do with like one younger female voice. If we could just find one young female Liverpool fan, and we spent an extra 10 minutes just looking, and I found one person. And she started talking, and then her mum started talking over her, and then she was like, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be able to do this. I was like, no, let's just start again. And I took an extra minute or two just to allow her to then talk about Liverpool, what she was hoping for the season, what could come from that, and then she would have made it onto the channel as well, and give us that opportunity for a bit more of a reflective of our society and who's watching the sport that we're actually all talking about. But those fundamentals kind of come from a mix of what I've learned here and over there. And those are easy little wins that you could build into a course. In a news day, right, 50% men, 50% women, and it can change your mindset so it's less tokenistic and more, thinking how you can do something a bit better that can have a longer term impact. Right, question, I don't know who's got the box. Yes, box over here. Remember to tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Sean Sweeney. I'm one of Taylor's master's students here at the University of Salford. It wasn't so much a question, it was more of an experience I wanted to share about what you said about recruitment. And when I was finishing sixth form, when I was around 17 or 18, I didn't even know I had a passion for sports journalism at all. I thought I was going to do an apprenticeship when I finished, because I had no idea. And then I saw this university called UCFB, and I see, I'm a City fan. I saw the Etihad Stadium. I'm like, I don't know what it is, but I have to talk to them. And I'm in, and I talk to them, and I get my passion through that. And I agree with that some people, as myself, I didn't know I had that passion, and it's only when you go and talk to them and you find that passion that you inspire it. And to go back to, and also I just want to go back to a point that was made earlier on in the talk about practical skills. When I finished my undergraduate degree, I didn't feel as though I had a lot of practical skills for the industry. And when I finished it, I almost lost my passion, and almost a year I didn't do anything because I almost lost my passion completely. I found it again when I came back here to do my master's, and and the programs have been fantastic. I've done a lot of placements, and I've learned a lot of practical skills, but there's a lot of practical skills that I didn't feel I got, and I almost lost that passion completely, and I almost dropped completely out of this industry, which is something I never thought I would do looking back now. So, I mean, I've not got so much of a question, but it's just more experience that, I found my passion in that recruitment, and then I almost lost it because there was no practical element in the course that I was being taught.
Really important to be able to do the job while you're training to do the job.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, as well as what you said is during my undergraduate course, I wasn't even really taught media law that much, and I hadn't heard of the NCTJ until I got here. So I almost spent 3 years not hearing about media law or defamation or anything. And if I went into the industry without practical skills or media law, then I wouldn't have stood a chance.
What was your undergrad, just out of interest?
It was called Football Business and Media
At
with
UCFB?
with UCFB here in Manchester. Yeah.
Had a question back there. Thank you, Sean.
Everyone's thinking of their own defamation laws. Not sure if they're going to say anything or not. No comment is passed.
Yeah. Best
We
not
are
to, because it's
live.
being streamed. Yeah.
Just keep that one.
Quick question at the back because we're tight for time.
There you go.
Hi, so I'm Najib. I'm a student at UCFB actually.
Oh, there we go! There we go!
You want to screw to the better?
Right.
Yeah, so,
Clear the aisle.
yeah, no, so
Brilliant.
I'm in my second year, and I just really want to say, like, as in the importance of lectures and seminars. But I go to my lectures, I go to my seminars, and if I'm being honest, I don't listen to what my lecturer is saying. I sit at the back, I'm watching the highlights from the weekend's games, and it's not because the lecturer is a bad person, it's just because it's simply boring. I could go home, I could go to the slides, and I could learn, as in myself, a much better way, a much better format, which I think I will learn a lot. And for large parts, yes, my attendance was good this year, it was a 95%. But in terms of what I was actually spending time, actually listening to my lecture, actually listening to him speak, I can't even remember what he said in my most recent lecture. So I feel like lecturers need to do more in terms of trying to get students involved, trying to give more, I would say, like, incentives to students as well, because right now there's no incentive for me to go into my lecture and listen, because I could still get my first, even if I don't listen to him. I could still do my like my assignments and things like that without directly listening to him. And also one thing I also wanted to add, I feel like what unis do, maybe not like the lecturers, but like as in like the uni as a brand per se, they try to sell you a dream, but after when you actually go into the university and you look at the reality, it's completely different. Like for example, he was talking about UCFB, but I remember when I signed up, because at first I was doing a computer science degree, I dropped out, and I've always wanted to do sports journalism, but I looked at UCFB, I saw they had guest speakers, whatnot, but really and truly when you get these guest speakers, how are they bridging the gap from the guest speakers to the students that are sitting inside the classroom? Because yes, the guest speaker can be there for an hour, but after the hour, where are they? And then there's no time for you to speak to them, and there's no time for you to get their contacts and things like that.
So very briefly, I think you raised some really interesting points. First and foremost, well done for being here today.
Yeah.
That shows a lot of initiative and coming to this sort of conference, because this could be another boring sort of lecture and whatever else. So the fact that you're here, I think, is to your credit.
And you're
Second
not
of
watching
all,
highlights either.
Yeah, and that's right. You're not even sitting on your phone doing, any
That we
highlights.
can see.
Yeah. Second of all, you're absolutely right. Universities have to be very careful about what it is that they're selling to students, because again, not only is it the good thing to do, not only is it a decent thing to do, but from a really boring perspective, universities have to be very careful about their continuation rates, because the Office for Students is very strict on making sure that if you don't hit certain numbers of continuation and completion, then you get into trouble. And third of all, building on what James was saying about sort of the development of the way that younger people learn these days, you're absolutely right. There is a different form of learning, and sometimes that is bite-sized information, sometimes it is more interaction, sometimes there is a need for, guys, this might be 20 minutes of boring stuff, but you're going to really need to focus, because this stuff is really, really important. So there has to be, it can't all be one thing. There has to be a variety. You know, in the same way we had a buffet at lunch, we didn't have the same thing on every plate. There was wraps here, there were sandwiches there were cookies there was crisps there. Well, actually, there weren't any crisps.
No,
but,
they're there now.
But you want a little bit of everything, and that's super, super important, because otherwise there's no motivation to go and eat from the buffet.
Here's a question. Would you have been more engaged if some of that learning was online? If you would have been presented exactly the same thing, but you were sat in your bedroom at home, or would you have just turned your camera off and turned the PlayStation on and had it just going in the background and, you know, you would just tick that box?
I mean, I think you answered your own question. I don't think, I mean, I will sign in, turn my camera off, and then that's it, I've signed in, I just wanted to get my mark. I do think that going in person is the way forward, and I feel like even in like the job market, you can see that they've stopped like doing a lot of remote stuff.
I disagree completely with that. But
you disagree that going in person?
Yeah, I disagree with that completely.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it has to be blended. I think people have caring responsibilities. I have students who had two parents who are working. Okay, one parent got furloughed. They never got their job back. That student has then step up to replace that income stream in that family. So I disagree with you. If we can make it in some things in person, yes, but we have to give students the flexibility to learn the best way that they can and give them all the resources they can, because it's not the way things used to be. In person, yes, but not all in person. Maybe 50%, but we've got to be mixed. We've got to evolve. We can't just keep it boring and bland, because the world is not boring and bland, and the world has not stayed the same, because pre-COVID is a whole different time.
I mean, isn't it the highest percentage of students who now have to work jobs than pretty much anywhere else in history? Like, that alone is a barrier, on top of literally anything else.
But how do you then deal with the parents on open days who come and say how much of your program is delivered in person, face to face? How many contact hours will my son or daughter have on your degree program? And by contact hours, I don't mean them in their bedroom watching a lecture video. That is a big question.
And again, there are key metrics to make sure, again, coming down from the Office for Students, about how much contact you're allowed to have, how much remote contact you're allowed to have with your students. So there are parameters which, if you go above, then you can face getting fined, you can face being penalised.
Just to write a reply for the institution you did mention, I'm sure we could find another student who might have the exact opposite experience to yours. And what I would also say as an ex-teacher as well, you coming and signing in and getting a first regardless, that's only half the battle anyway. I'm sure your lecturer has really useful information that if you were to take on would make you only better. Remember, every time you're in a lecture, anytime you're in a learning environment, it's an opportunity to be better, because having the piece of paper, it doesn't mean anything once you get into the real world. You know, you can turn up with a first at BBC, ITV, Sky, whatever. Everyone's got a first, whatever it might be. You've got to actually have those skills and that knowledge. Some of that knowledge will be imparted. It might not always be all singing, all dancing, because some of it isn't. And actually, that's a skill in itself. So watch the highlights on 1.5 speed on your way, on the bus, and then come in and see if you can engage in fully. We are running out of time. So I did say a minute for you each for the time to think about this. If you're redesigning a course, go from scratch, what would you be doing differently? Raf, we'll start with you at the far end.
Yeah, well, it's quite topical.
I'm sorry, just by the way, I didn't mean to really have a go there, by the way, just to clarify. But the old teacher and me just bubbling away.
Plus he's done his media law, so he knows
there you
about
go.
Raf.
Yeah, no, I would like there to be an element of being able to make it compulsory for students to attend, because the biggest problem that we have is non-engagement, yeah, that's a big issue. So I think I'd like to be able to design a course, and I know I'm never going to be able to do this, where part of the grade is based on attendance, and not just attending but engagement when you attend as well. That probably wasn't the answer you were expecting, but hey.
I think that's a really good answer.
Thank you.
Nice. I think I would like to. So the essay is dead. We know that. AI has sort of taken that by the wayside. But we need to have something in its place for reflection, because reflection is how you learn. And so I'm really considering bringing back Viva's oral exams. You know, either. You know, I don't really want to sit in front of somebody and say, do you know this answer? But I do think I want to have somebody say, hey, here's a story. How would you do it? Walk me through the steps. What decisions would you make? Or to have them maybe put a skill and say, you have to do this.
in front of us. And now I know the reason those went by the wayside is because students, they're awful. Like they're stress-inducing, and they make students throw up. And now they do. But that's the job.
Partly down to reframing it, though. If you were to reframe.
Yeah,
it,
like I think when you go in for an interview, for example, that's the job. And basically, what I'm saying is, if I'm going to give you a Viva 3 times a year, you got 3 cracks to get better at this and feel what that pressure is like before you get there, as well as having it be a reflective part of your learning model. And so I think that is a big thing that we should be doing in our education to get back to that in-person reflection.
Well,
I think there's probably a variety of things that we've picked up on today. I think you do need to be flexible with your approach. I do think you need to make sure that you are putting a product out there that is easy for people to be engaged with, building on what James was saying about different learners in different ways and all this sort of stuff. I think you need to be much more agile, and you need to have these conversations with industry to make sure that rather than you think that's what the sort of thing that you need, these are the things that industry is actually crying out for. And on the back of that, accreditation I think is really important as well, so you have the confidence that what you're doing is underpinned by an accrediting body that is rigorous in what it is that they do.
Just on that, by the way, does industry engage as well as it should do? I know we're at the end, but I go back to my studies here, which was during COVID, and I remember the lecturer having to have repeated conversations with the editor of Radio Manchester whether we can have a placement because of COVID or social distancing. Is it back to normal now?
It's not great. It's not great. Funnily enough, the BBC was always the most awkward. Always, because you always had to apply through this person that did placements in some central location that worked with all the different regions.
Connie.
Yeah, that's right. Connie.
Yeah, it's Connie. She's she's nice.
She was lovely, and she was always really helpful. But the system was full of obstacles. Now the BBC is realising that it's needing to work a lot more regionally, and those relationships are building and developing. But it is difficult. But in certain areas, it's much easier than others. Again, we mentioned it earlier on in one of the panels. If you go more niche with some sports and some employers and some areas, and you go perhaps down the footballing pyramid, there are opportunities for people to be able to work on placements. If you go to the top of the tree, there's always this obstacle.
Seth, anything to change? What do you fix?
Well, currently in course redesign, and we have a new course which launches in September. So over the last 18 months, we've been going through this process. Some things we've done well, some things we've been restricted on, and it's been a little bit more challenging. I think we've pivoted more looking at content creation and storytelling as being a basis of an awful lot of what we're trying to achieve within that. We're learning in bigger modules, so we're, rather than 60, 320s to make 60, we're 40 credits and 20 credit modules. So bigger chunks, and learning in more in depth, which I think is going to be really, really helpful. I think the biggest thing, though, that I think I would change through all of it is just about trying to find a way in which we can better speak to the students. How many people are educators in here? So that moment when you start marking, and all of a sudden you get to the 15th, 16th, 55th person, and you're trying to find some words to sum up the fact that if only you would have turned up for weeks 7, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1, you may not have completely cocked this bloody thing up. I would love to have had a scenario in which we can change assessment in a way that you can feedback in a meaningful way in a conversation where you can actually look at it together and say, hey, these are the areas where you could have done a lot better. So I think that would be changing assessment to be more embracing some of what Taylor said there, but also changing the feedback model. So
you ever do audio feedback?
Do a little bit of audio feedback, but I think actually it's more meaningful face to face. To me, it's the difference.
Audio feedback goes down an absolute tree.
Yeah.
But
it's, to me, it's the difference between getting flashed by a camera and getting a speeding ticket or getting pulled over. If you want to make changes to something, one of them will make you drive slower immediately. The other one will, you might drive slower after you've been on the course.
James,
I'll be really quick. So we were given a pretty shite module, podcasting. So most of you probably have a course in podcasting or digital audio or some kind of generic nonsense like that. It was boring, it was bland, it was rigid. So taking that same module, I looked at what the students didn't have before they graduated, which was too much football, not enough of other sports. So I approached these two equivalents in each of your universities to find who your comms teams are. So I'd advise everyone here, find your comms teams, your internal, external marketing teams for your university, then find your alumni officer, find your sports coaching or sports science people, and I brought all those people together, and they give me the list of the most highest profile athletes who'd ever attended our institution over the last 40 years, from footballers to Paralympians to Olympic gold medalists. I then give the students the task to reach out to 3 each across sports they'd never covered, from bocce down, and they then had to produce a podcast episode, video and audio for each one. It took a really boring module, it challenged them to learn about a different sport, it made them research, and it gave them a portfolio that was completely different to every other institution around them. And I would say anyone else who's here is take all of those other people that you never speak to, your head of alumni relations, your marketing people who are internal and external, course leaders that you've never spoken to, who've got doctorates in physiology and other kinds of stuff they don't understand. Because they will give you, we had a guy who ran a marathon in Rio. He was an Olympic athlete. He was a first year student, mature student. Students loved him. Made a phenomenal piece of podcasting. So you can get the resources already in your institutions and make them work for you and make them work for your students, and that's my advice.
Fantastic advice. Right, I think we've reached the end, so I'm going to pass back over to Clive with some closing remarks. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sani, Rodravagula. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. We are. Let me just say this. I've really enjoyed today. I've enjoyed listening and hopefully learning about where the profession that I longed to be a part of when I graduated 50 years ago. I graduated 50 years ago. And I graduated at a time when there were 4 media courses in the UK further education system, and none of them wanted me. I took industrial economics and politics, latter-day PPE. I had to talk my way into a runner's job at the local radio station. And as I say that, I've become very mindful of what you were saying about confidence and resilience. And I think that's a discussion we should have in the final session, because I want to learn more from you, from where the modern... You've shocked the whole room, by the way, which is absolutely fucking wonderful, because you've all made us sit up and think, shit, okay, we thought we were doing pretty well here. We can do better. And clearly we can. So enjoying myself is not enough. In the final session, we're going to discuss the things that perhaps we could do an awful lot better. So join us in how long? 15?
What time is it right now? Half 3. Let's, 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Thank you.
Then we'll come back for a discussion on the Sports Media Education Association, see what we want to do with all this.
I'm sorry that you got rejected from recording. That's ridiculous.
Today, I feel as if I've learnt a lot. I am supposed to be educative for the undergraduates of Salford University from September, so I need to continue to learn more. Forgive me if I've already told you this today, but I was fascinated by an early remark about almost the difference between journalism and content. I mean, it's a blurred line. I'm not sure how we teach the kind of content which might actually be the mainstay of the early years in a profession, in a club press office or whatever. I mean, a lot of the principles of journalism apply, but I'm not sure if we can teach you how to be a media officer, or even if we want to teach you how to be a media officer. I'm sure as hell certain we can't teach you how to be a hugely successful influencer. About 4 hours before the Champions League final in Munich, I was in a green room which CBS had in the stadium, and iShow Speed came in with several attendants, And I actually spent an hour of my life that I'll never get back with I Show Speed. And I'm not trying to sound like an old whatever, because I Show Speed is extraordinarily successful. I have absolutely no idea why, having spent an hour with him. There was nothing there. Even when the red light came on, all he seemed to do was look down a camera and insult people, and then sit down again and look at his phone for another half hour. So if you have ambitions to be a hugely successful influencer, if your heroes are KSI and Chunks and I Show Speed, I'm not sure how or if we can help you. If you want to be somebody who educates, or somebody who is educated by people who still actually harbor love for some of the principles that I was first given those 50 years ago when I got a lust for communication, then hopefully we are still relevant, and hopefully we can help you. It's not enough for us just to have met everybody today. A lot of you knew each other already. We need to take some resolutions and some initiatives away from Media City with them. One of them is this idea of a Sports Media Education Association, a body that kind of drives this collaboration forward into real and practical progress. So to take us through that and one or two other conclusions, please welcome Taylor back to the stage. Thank you.
Well, we made it, man. We made it to the last one. Thank you for staying. I really appreciate it. And really what this last session is to talk about what we want to do now. Like we have heard all day, we got problems, yeah, and some solutions, but not very many. And I think part of that comes down to we need to actually look at what we want to solve and then say, how do we solve it? Do we need studies? Do we need data? Do we need to prove it? What do we need to do? And that's what I'd like to do for this conversation. It'll take us right up until the end, about 4:45, but I can tell you that there's money behind the bar downstairs, so as soon as we're done, you can have alcohol. But let's start with this first one. Thank you. There we go. Hands up for alcohol. So I think this is an open question, right? And what I want from this is not just a me thing. We're going to be bouncing around the room a lot. I really want to hear what you have to say. But given the fact that this doesn't exist yet, and it exists as sort of an idea, I'm curious from around the room, what would make a Sports Media Education Association applicable to you, right? In whatever walk of life and whyever you're here, why would it be useful? For me, collaboration, I think, is number one, because I've worked at 4 universities in 10 years, and each one of those was pretty siloed where I was. And I think there's a lot of good practice. I think there's a lot of learning we can do with each other. I think there's a lot of research. And I'm not saying just between university people. I would love to work with BBC, ITV, to research audience studies, right? To really understand our field. I think there's a lot of collaboration to be had. I'd like to know if anybody else has an answer or a thought to how a Sports Media Education Association might help for you. Seth?
A meaningful qualification that actually has function for our industry, not jump through a load of hoops that maybe perhaps could one day lead to you being a better sports journalist than somebody who doesn't have that particular qualification.
This is a question that might come up later as well, but I have chewed on this thought of, we have the NCTJ, has its merits. We have the BJTC, certainly has its merits. Both of those have journalism right in the title. And I think one thing that we've learned today is that we are training people for more than one field. And I think that's why I've chosen to call it the Sports Media Education Association, because we are churning students out to both fields consistently and all the time. Oh, shoot, sorry. So I'm wondering if there is a need or if there is a thought about a sports media accreditation, and what that means is, because I did not know, and I thought, how do you make an accreditation? Sounds really complicated. Turns out, you just need to agree with each other pretty much. The field and educators and researchers need to agree on a set share of standards. What do we need to have them do?
And just going back to what Simon said earlier, it would give him peace of mind that anybody that was coming off that course has any of the law that they need and that they have a good understanding of all of that stuff, and maybe a certain set of other skills that you could come up with that could help. I don't know. It just would allow a standardization that was for 2025 and not for 1985.
I think that is an excellent start. Let's pass that box over. Thank you, Jordan.
Hi there. So why I feel like this would be really important, and I talked to you about this before, Taylor, is that at least in the States, we have an organization called the Broadcast Educators Association, which I'm a member of. I don't ever work in broadcast television unless I'm completing something that ends up broadcasted on television. But I don't consider myself a broadcaster. There's a sports division. It is a rather passive, passive might not non-existent email list. But I also think that in a lot of the discussions today, there was a lot of people, obviously myself included, who are coming from different areas of sports media or sports content creation, sports creative, et cetera. But there's so much dovetailing in all of these areas. And if you do look at a club or a network, they're utilizing all of these different platforms. And I have yet to find a common place for people who work in sports to bring those things together and, feed off each other. And I think that would be highly beneficial.
Yeah, the sports media umbrella can catch a lot of things that don't get so specific, like broadcast. It does, the sport brings the people together. I think that's a very good thought.
I like superheroes, so I'm going to use Batman as an analogy. I get a student that's done 3 years, and I look at his utility belt, and there's gaps missing everywhere. So I think we need to keep a mix of educators that are delivering the lectures. We need more of what you said, more guest visitors from people like me in the industry, because we're facing different pressures. I don't know the pressures that you face from university, but that's really interesting to me. My wife works, I do know about it because she works as a lecturer. My pressures are, if that article doesn't get clicks, which Emily was referencing, for the BBC shouldn't be held to account for that because they're not having to commercialise their content. I am.
Yeah.
If it's not getting clicks on Google, I can't make any money out of it, so I can't pay that person.
Yep.
I want to pay them, but I take them on this pathway. I tell them, do a placement, do an internship, like Charlie did. Eventually, I will put you in front of a client or put you on my site. So I think you need a mix of all of our information, and I quite like it being not affiliated to one university or mixing around, because I can be a bit more brutal. If you sit at the back and watch and you're not engaging with me, I can challenge you on it because you're not paying me. I'm a guest lecturer, and I walk in and I say, turn your phones off, put them in the bag. I'm here for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I can do that, but a lecturer maybe can't.
I mean,
maybe you can. I think you should. But I think he's right. Yeah. One point I wanted to make, I know if someone's just talking at me and not engaging me, after 5 minutes I'm thinking about what am I going to watch tonight? Is it Race Across the World? If you're just getting talked at, your brain switches off, so it has to be this town hall. I even think the lectures, the media law, that's how I learned media law at uni. Me and my 3 friends learnt a certain section and then came and sat in the lounge and talked about what we'd learned, and then it went in. If someone's just talking at you. So it's that mix of industry experience and then educators.
I think what you're talking about is a place or something where you can share best practice with one another.
Yeah.
And that best practice, it won't work the same in every single environment, but we should be sharing best practice with each other. And I've thought about this a little bit. I created, you'll find out in a minute, a LinkedIn page just for the Sports Media Education Association ahead of this. And one of the things I've been thinking about is that, especially with academic research, we go through this process where we write it, then we send it to a publisher, they get back to you, maybe. Sometimes they reject it. It doesn't mean that information is invalid. So I have this paper that I've done about interviewing those sports media students that I told you about, and there are some excellent themes that come out of there. But I would have to go through maybe a year or longer process to get it, but that's ridiculous. Where we should be sharing that, even though it's not peer-reviewed necessarily, is with each other in a place like LinkedIn. But I don't even know if that's the best place, but with a place where we can just discuss, share best practices, whether it is research or from the industry. Yeah.
I think LinkedIn's a good environment because that's where everyone is. You go and build a website, I'm lazy. If you put something, I've got to go onto that website.
Yeah.
Just put me where I am anyway. That's where I want to consume my content.
Absolutely.
Or you put it on YouTube. Go where the people are.
Got to go here first, then here.
Sorry, I think there was 2 things that's been mentioned. I think that last point was about a community of practice. and I think it should be a shared place. LinkedIn might be the right place, wherever it may be. So I think that would be a tick in the box. I'm a little nervous around accredited programs. Having been in education for that long, I did accreditation of foundation degrees, but an external for foundation degrees. When you start to look at SIMSPA, who are the professional body for sport, they'll want to get hold of it. Who regulates it? It then comes a cost. So as a university, they'll then say, if we are going to go into this, it's going to cost you X, which means your budget gets whacked. So I'm cautious. I think as a practitioner, you want credibility. Is that a certificate, a badge, a pin badge, whatever it might be? But if you become standards oriented, it will cost you and it eventually will disappear.
And I think that's a really
It's just
good
a thought.
No, it's a terrific thought, because right now we only have what we have, and I don't. We could have a really good discussion. Not now. We don't have enough time. But about what an accreditation could. What should we be measuring?
Yeah.
You know, is it about being able to show the skills? Is it about being able to perform in an environment? I think it could be a very interesting discussion about what an accreditation in sports media could actually look like that maybe is different than what we have now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not to poo-poo it. It's
Absolutely
just,
not.
QAA did that for years. It was part of the physiology team, and then eventually they went, no, we can't do it because it's too costly.
Yep.
We haven't got enough inspectors. That's the whole problem of trying to merge education with the industry.
Yep.
And so I think a community practice would be brilliant. You'd attract a lot of people where it's about sharing practice. I'm just a bit nervous about standards because everybody goes down that route and then it becomes too rigorous.
I think the thing we probably need to look at before changing standards is research.
Yeah.
Because even right now, if we look at the QAA standards, they're really not based on research.
No.
And I think it would be really nice to be able to say to people that this is the degree, this is the standards because of our data that we've collected and curated.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have your hand up, pal.
Sorry.
Yeah. James Young, freelance journalist, Salford grad. I just wanted to say, we've already got in the industry, Football Writers Association, the Sports Journalists Association, the NUJ. For me, it's about action and delivering on that. There's no point having awards in London that cost hundreds of pounds to go to if you're in the northwest of England. You're never going to go to them. You're never going to make those connections. So I think it's really important that we have something in the northwest for people that are here that actually means something and is tangible.
I think that's a very good thought, pal. Thank you. Thank you. Toss that around. Let's go back to James, please. It's for the stream. Come on.
Oh, it's for the stream. For the stream. Sorry, streamers. Check out my podcast, Dr. James's One Cap Wonders. 2 seasons, season 3 coming up in November. Cheers. Streamers. No, I just think we need, in the next 24 months, a lot of people in this room, including myself, are going to be facing risk of redundancy. Okay? Our courses are under a microscope. Our parameters, the data surrounding our degrees are really being focused on as to what's sustainable inside universities, merging departments, merging courses. And I think if we could have this organization, this association, it adds a little bit of kudos and credibility because there are other subject areas that are facing the same threats, like tourism, like leisure studies, but they have international associations that can bring conferences to the universities, that can bring professors in, that have journals, that make them more legit and credible in the eyes of the academic world. And we need anything to protect our livelihood. And I think this may not save a lot of us, but it definitely reminds people that we are legitimate and that we have a place in higher education.
I think that's a really good thought. Thank you. Next over here.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
There we go.
Thank you. I like the idea, and I don't know how superficial it might sound, but an idea of an open communication channel that encourages shared experiences between academics, professionals, students, just as that channel to allow everybody to kind of bounce off each other, share experiences, share feedback, share thoughts. You might have academics in there and tutors in there who come across things inside universities from students that they either like or they don't like that might be helping or hindering the progress of a student that they share as experiences. You might have students that share experiences, whether that's in the academic inside institutions or on work experience or wherever it might be. And then people who have graduated who are working in the industry sharing experiences of what's gone right for them, what's gone wrong for them. I think one way to learn that I'm sure everybody will agree with is by making mistakes yourself. You have to fall on your face a couple of times and pick yourself back up and learn how to adapt to those situations that you've been through, and that helps you through your experiences. But if there's somebody there or a load of different people there that have all experienced different things that you're going to come across in your career and can be there to give you the heads up about it and bounce off each other, and even just in terms of ideas and work, and if there's a piece of work within an institution that has impressed a tutor, or whether there's a piece of work that's impressed somebody who's in the professional field that either one of their workers or one of their work placement students or whoever it might be has done, I think that would be helpful to a lot of students, and it would also help people such as academics and tutors and stuff like that as well, because you can have that reference point of what's working for students, what's working for people who have been successful students and who are now practicing in the industry, and it can work as a bit of a go-between for everybody, and we can all help each other. I think
it does seem to have a bit of symbiosis to it.
Yeah, I think when you're in speaking from my personal experiences, when you're in a professional field and you're trying to think creatively and work together, I think collaboration and having an open communication channel, whether it's just like a WhatsApp channel or a Teams channel or something like that, I've always found that beneficial in terms of somebody asking a question to get thoughts going and flowing, and everybody just piling in with different thoughts and different experiences and saying, oh, well, that could work because I did it before here, or we did this and I've got an example to show you here. That might not work because we've got X, Y, and Z. I think a lot of the time people, whether that's students or tutors or professionals or whoever it might be, are left to fend for themselves and learn from the mistakes that they make. And again, like I said, that's fine, and it makes you stronger. But if you've got people around who can share experiences and help prepare you for what is definitely to come, I think that'll probably help.
It slows your progress down if everybody's having to keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. Raf, and then we'll come up to Sally.
Yeah, just building on what's already been said. So for me, as a lecturer, there's been a lot of talk today about how it would be good for us to get more people from industry in to speak to the students. I'm short on time. I'm not even short on budget. I have no budget. If you are in industry and you are happy to come and speak to students, then if we could have a list, some kind of master list, that would be amazing.
People who are interested.
It would save a load of time. It would strengthen those connections that we've been talking about. And I just think that would be an incredibly useful thing for me. Similarly, if you're in industry and you're happy to have one or more students come and do placements with you, how great if we actually had a master list somewhere.
Yes.
Maybe someone does have one, maybe individual institutions have them and they are precious about them, and that's fair enough. These things take time to curate. I haven't managed to do that, but that would save me an awful lot of time and energy, and I imagine it would other people as well. So that's what I would find really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of non-cooperation between universities in that aspect. You know, it gets pretty competitive, but I think you're right, that cooperation between sharing things absolutely should be top of mind. I think it's a great idea. You have anything else? You want to pass it up?
Hello.
Hi.
Just from someone from the outside-ish looking in, if it was nothing else but, let's say, 2 or 3 fixed dates in a year where there was a conference like this and that was it, that would still be hugely beneficial,
yes,
I'm sure, because you've got everyone in the room, right? If you get buy-in from the students, even better. And I think back to the SJA awards mentioned at the back of the SJAs, like it's a really overwhelming experience, that, because you get to London and there's like all these people you know and all these names you see and you want to say hello to them all. And one year I did try and say hello to them all and then got very drunk, and this year I just got very hungover with 1 glass of wine, but that's an aside. But you want to try and talk to everyone, and everyone's trying to get and talk to each other, and it's just because nobody gets to talk to each other, and it must be the same here as well. And just going back to the resource thing, and maybe this is against the rules, but let's say you had Gabriel Clark come and give a chat here, right? Could through the SMEA it be streamed and other universities collaborate and watch the stream? They might not have paid Gabriel's train, but therefore they don't get to talk to Gabriel afterwards or whatever. I don't know, just as an example.
Yeah.
But that could be one way around.
I think that's spot on. Yeah. Yes, please.
Angela Powers from UCLan. I just spent 5 years in secondary education, which was, I would not advise it to anybody, by the way, if you're thinking about that. But one of the things they do well is collaborate, like we are doing today, but on a big sort of scale. And they have something called Research Ed. I don't know whether universities do something similar to this, but various regions will host one. And all of the teachers get a real buzz about it. And there'll be 5 or 6 keynotes who stand up and said, this is what I did this year, and these are the brilliant results I got from it, and I would advise you all to have a go at it if it works for you. And you get a chance to talk to those people as well. So maybe following on from what everybody else has said here, I think that would be something that we would all really gain something from, some information from, without having it to be one of those. I wouldn't want a WhatsApp group. I'm on one for the women in sport, and it's just a nightmare. There are too many people and too many ideas, so forget about the WhatsApp group from my point of view. But something like a Research Ed, where real good ideas come back into, and you can actually interact with the people as well, would be, from my point of view, would be really useful.
I think that's an excellent idea. Thank you. Yes, we got one over here. Clive.
Clive, I'm not very good at passing.
It's a question, and I think it's something that's, was it Seth was saying before about the Russell Group universities starting to trawl your waters. Am I, as an outsider, and forgive my ignorance, am I detecting a certain band of establishments in the further education system that feel as if you have shared interests, shared problems? I mean, how is there a danger of this becoming exclusive in some kind of way? Do the Russell Group universities have a lot of media courses, or is this not the band that's perceived to be the specialists in this area?
I don't think, I am willing to, please, sir, please save me from floundering.
So, just to give a bit of context, I was course leader of sports journalism at Solent University for 10 years up until last year, and then I stepped up to be head of department. So I can give a little bit of context in terms of that, Clive. Broadly speaking, yes. So broadly speaking, Russell Group universities, the top 12 universities in the UK, don't do journalism. There are slight exceptions to that. The University of Sheffield, for example, does journalism. But fundamentally, they don't do journalism. They certainly don't do sports journalism. They don't touch sports journalism. In fact, to the extent where if anyone wants to do journalism in Southampton, the University of Southampton send them our way. So by and large, yes, there is it's what they call the post-1992 universities, so old metropolitan universities, polytechnics, that sort of stuff, that tend to do what some people might call more vocational courses, but academic degree courses nonetheless, around media, film, TV, journalism, so on and so on and so forth. So fundamentally, we are a band, we are a brotherhood, a sisterhood, a manhood, a womanhood of universities that are providing similar sorts of things. Now, the problem is regionally, picking up on what Raf was saying, regionally, Southampton Solent are direct competitor to Bournemouth, and Bournemouth are a direct competitor to us. They started a sports journalism degree because we've done a sports journalism degree. It's not the only reason, but we started sports journalism in 2007, and you know what? We've done very well out of it. We've been recruiting 50, 60 students a year for the best part of the last 2 decades. Bournemouth, until a few years ago, hadn't done sports journalism. They've just completed 1 cohort that have graduated. But they, and I don't blame them, they got on the gravy train because it was a gravy train, because sports journalism, same here at Salford.
Sells.
Same here at Salford. Salford didn't do a sports journalism undergrad until, guess what, September. Taylor's starting the first undergrad, okay? Salford looked around and said, hey, we want a piece of that pie.
Yep, and now so the numbers have come in. They didn't lose any applicants for their other 2 journalism courses, and then they added 170 applications or more for sports journalism. It didn't diversify the course at all because they're a totally different subset of students.
Yeah, so we're on the one hand, we're in direct competition with each other. On the other hand, building on what James was saying, if we don't sort of get together and your idea around research ed, if we don't get together, there is a chance whereby we become so siloed and so keen to keep our students. It's like the old, you know, what was it? Lord of the Rings. It's my ring, my precious ring, my ring. You know, no one else's, and therefore we start not wanting to talk to each other, not wanting to collaborate, because they are a direct threat to my student numbers. And if they're a direct threat to my student numbers, they're a direct threat to me and my livelihood and my job and so on and so forth. So the ability to be able to get together and team up, whether it's, you know, Gabriel coming here and doing something that streams to everyone, and this time you pay his way, next time we'll do one and we'll pay someone's way, next time Bournemouth, next time Sheffield, Hallam, next time, you know, whatever. So you have that ability to be able to, and maybe UWS as well, to be able to join in and get together. I think we're in a stage now where we need to get together and collaborate rather than fighting each other.
Here, here. I totally agree.
James,
Over here.
you've had a costume change.
Yeah, I just thought I was ready.
All right, what do you got?
Yeah, listen, Taylor, well done for putting this on. I think if it... there's clearly a lot of enthusiasm in the room, and I think if it's taught us one thing, it's that whatever side of any perceived fence everyone works on, we're quite good at working together when we're talking about mutually beneficial ideas. So if there's something that I would like to see come from it, and I fully take the point about accreditation, it would be just a list of something that we can all agree with. So I have my BBC pass on me, on the back of which are 5 or 6 key terms, right, that we all adhere to. And it would be really good in the days when client journalism is really dangerous and we don't always know where the line lays, if people on all sides of this perceived fence could agree to a mutually beneficial set of values.
I think that is a fantastic idea. I think that's a really good place to start at some point. Thank you. Anybody else for this one? Or one more to the back. Closing word on this one, and we'll move on.
Hello. So I'm Richard. I haven't actually spoken today. I've been sat at the back listening to you all. I'm yeah, that's right. I've watched the highlights of this. It's been generated by AI as we've been talking. I'm Director of Journalism, Politics and Contemporary History here. So I'm a university manager. So when you've all been slagging university managers, I've been nice and quiet. But there is one sort of side point, which is that I am probably unusual to be a university manager in that I'm a journalist. And it probably helps Taylor, I don't know if you'd agree, that your boss, Sarah, is a journalist, and her boss, me, is also a journalist. So it probably helps you think about what you can do because you're in a kind of more of a friendly environment. And I think a lot of journalism departments have always struggled to get, or media departments have struggled to get their kind of staff up the university food chain. So you end up being managed by other people from other disciplines who don't really know what you do, what you need, why it's important, and it's tough. And that feeds into what James was saying about the accreditation point. I think it is important to have that kind of kudos, that kind of prestige. And that's one thing that BJTC and NCTJ do provide, is that when you can have that logo on your website, when they have those kind of, they insist on certain facilities, you can take that to those university managers and say, oi, we need a new radio studio. That podcast studio along there looks great, but it wouldn't have been there without the BJTC insisting it had to be there. You know, it is quite tough to make the argument if you're an individual university manager to my bean counters saying, you know, I need it. But if I have another person coming to say, you need it, that does unlock that sometimes. And for the courses that are on smaller numbers and maybe declining, if you can maintain that accreditation, it is another weapon that protects you in the kind of Hunger Games environment that we're in out there just now. My old place, Huddersfield, I made damn sure those courses were accredited with the BJTC. And then when I left, I thought, well, that's going to protect them because I could see where the things were going. And it has done. Those courses still exist, and they still run, even on reduced numbers, but there are old colleagues of mine still with livelihoods and still doing great students, just like Lewis, who did our course. But anyway, so that was the point. But I also took the point about accreditation can be really rigorous, and it can be really difficult and expensive to maintain. So, and I don't know if we're quite at the stage of wanting to do that or wanting to muscle the NCTJ out of the way and We all love the NCTJ.
I think it's about must.
No, well, exactly, and
different market.
And obviously they're probably watching the stream now. So thank you for supporting the conference yesterday, and that we also had about court reporting. So thanks for that. But there is maybe a softer touch that we could do, like, maybe a word like recognition might be something. If we had certain courses, there's an element of having a logo and an outside body and just that kudos, but without maybe the hard line accreditation or the thorough rigor that we've discussed. There could be a little bit more, soft touch would be paper-based or done remotely, just a little tick that could fulfill some of those things that we've talked about, some of that sharing, some of that prestige without the rigor or without the kind of oppression that sometimes we feel about that.
Yeah.
And I would say, just finally, BJTC and NCTJ, we love them, obviously, and they're both accredited courses here, but sport is not a big priority for either organisation, I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
And the BJTC are coming here for their conference in a couple of weeks, so we'll all be very nice to them when they come. But, the NCTJ's core text on sports journalism, if you go on their website and try and buy it, anyone know what it is? It's Phil Andrews' Sports Journalism from 2013. Phil is no longer with us. It's quite literally a book that's 15 years old, very nearly, written by a guy who's dead.
It's a great chapter in it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But, there's a sort of that would indicate to me that, they update their court reporting book every 2 years and not others. So that indicates it's not a priority for those other accreditation organisations. And that's what's created maybe the gap that you've identified, I think.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, and, that's all right. I just want to talk about accreditation. I think for courses it's super important. I think for this it's not. For me, credibility would be a bigger thing for this association, which is a mix of educators and industry people. Now, credibility comes in all shapes. It comes from Clive's name. You put his name on the tin, you've got instant credibility. You've got Lewis at a Premier League club. So the people that are involved is what gives it credibility, and that doesn't cost anything. The course needs to be accredited. That, I need the trust. But this, what we're talking about creating here, we created something called Digital Sport North, and we just did it. And it's just a networking event that's just promoting the courses across the north of England. So this is that supercharged. You can. I've personally set up a network that's just for students. So it's and we say on the tin, this is just for student journalists, and it's sport, music, travel. They're learning, they're writing, they're messing it up, but they're learning. But they're learning in a real-time environment, because a lot of universities have an internal website, and that, 2 people read it, or their mum and dad. This gives that. This is a real thing on Google, so I can teach them, and I can say, actually, that thing you did on Ultimate Frisbee was read by 4,500 people, because it's a real thing on Google. It's not behind a university dungeon, kind of like they lock it all in, right? So credibility for me, for this, what we're talking about, is way more important than accreditation.
Thank you. I think that's a good start. I'm going to move us on to the next one. I know maybe you have some other thoughts, but I do want to make sure we get to a couple others. Thank you for that. So, what research do we wish we had and could work on together? I think this... Maybe you haven't thought about research. I certainly didn't for quite some time, until I realized that there was none and saw nothing but open goals to kick into, if I'm honest, because there is no research in sports media. And the reason I bring this up is not because every person in this room will want to be a researcher. That's fine. But I think it's important to understand the importance of research and what it could do for us in terms of validity as a field. I do think that we should be putting more time into trying to say, all right, for example, we say that placements are really important, right? And I was talking to Jordan when we were talking about Syracuse, and I think you were saying that it's really important. And I said, that's great, and I think anecdotally we all know why. But do you have any data, even qualitative, to back it up? And I think for almost everybody that answer would be no. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to lean on something and do some research and say, this is actually effective? We've done the qualitative research, we've ran it through, we've written it up, and we know for a fact that this stuff has positive impact. Now, placements are one example. But I would like to maybe look at things that we, in our hearts, we know are good for students, and then prove it. To give that some legitimacy, so we can say when we want to make a curriculum change, we have data to back up these decisions. That's what I'd really like for a Sports Media Education Association, for us to make decisions based on data
based on what we have found, not just what we think works really well, that's worked for us for the past however many years.
It's into James's point about being malleable.
Yes. Anybody want to pick up on that?
I'll give it a chat.
Yeah, man.
Check out my podcast, Dr. James's One Cap One. Spotify, Apple Music, Dr. James One Cap Wonders. The series that asked, was one cap enough, or was one too many? Yeah. Episode 1 with Chris Sutton. Episode 2, no. We talked about the arsenal we need to defend ourselves. And I think this is where we can defend ourselves. Because we have to compete. And this man knows my language because I do his job as well as being a lecturer somewhere else. We've got to compete against subjects that have established journals, ref outputs, research profiles. And if it comes down to individual degrees and they're looking at outputs for individuals, if we can say we're subject specific, we offer expertise that is nationally published and recognized, it gives us an extra weapon in our arsenal. And we've got to speak the language that this man speaks and I speak when it comes to being on a par with music degrees, film degrees, drama degrees, because they've got this and we often don't. So I think this is probably more important for livelihoods and making sure that we're seen as something credible in the years ahead. One Cap Wonders, Spotify.
Anybody have any other thoughts on this? Yes, Raf.
Have I broken it? No. This is a passion of mine, but I'd love to better understand the experience of female students who do our courses, and I think that it would be a much stronger study if instead of me talking to the approximately 10 women who we have studying sports journalism at Bournemouth, that I could speak to, or we could speak to the however many women it is who are doing our courses nationally. I think that would be a really interesting bit of research. Or internationally. I think that would, and I think it would be really valuable because it would speak to kind of agendas about trying to diversify the industry.
You want to pass that over?
Nice. I'll just piggyback on that. Our Newhouse Sports Media Center, our director is Olivia Stomsky. She's a woman. But she's been a producer with ESPN Fox Sports for over 25 years. We have a huge amount of young women in our both undergrad track and graduate program, and with all of our experiential learning. So we do a live pregame, halftime, postgame studio show for the ACC network, part of the ESPN family, for majority of our Olympic sports, which are non-American football, non-basketball, and then some basketball actually, which would include women's sports as well. So essentially we have women producing studio shows about women's sports for national television. In addition, we have another experiential learning opportunity that I run, which is short form documentaries and vertical videos, and we have a lot of women doing that kind of creative work as well. So I think it would be maybe a good thing to show some solidarity with from the international side and kind of hopefully open some ideas and conversations around that. So.
Got one up here.
I spent a lot of my life trying to get people money for research, and one thing I would say is, like, if you put yourself in AHRC, they don't have any money. They've got 10% of the rest of them. So before you even think about research, maybe think about where the money might come from to fund it. So if you go more on the data side, you can sort of swim in the ASRC stuff, or if you collaborate with, sports scientists, whatever. But one thing I'd say as well is there's a lot of, as universities, you've got this kind of neutral position. So if you just look at here, you've got the broadcasters who are desperate about the audiences they're losing. They're in crisis. They don't know what to do. You've got people in this room who have two hats, you know what I mean, who work for BBC and Google and our lecturers. I don't know if they've got money they can put in as well. It gives you credibility for bids, for collaborations. And even in Manchester, you've got a whole load of sports brands here who have loads of data. Puma, there's all these people, New Balance, who come from here. You've got the football clubs, and they all have data that they probably don't want to share, But there's some really interesting stuff. Has anybody pulled all that together? So if you're looking at women, there's so many things about trainers being sold or what they're used for. Like, they all have so much stuff, but everybody's doing it for commercial purposes. Nobody's doing it for genuinely the research. So I think there's a lot you can do with your industry partnerships that other areas of research don't have. Like, they have to knock down industry doors and industry interested.
Yep.
Where I think because you have both those voices, you've got quite a good foothold there to get something.
That's excellent. Just fine.
That was loud. I think also, just in terms of this association and what it could do in terms of this is helping people who are coming into universities from industry who may not know where to start with this type of thing, and I'm including myself in that. So obviously, I'd have ideas and things I'd want to research, things I'd want to know more about, but I genuinely, when we talk about funding and the channels for that and what processes you have to go through, I know you mentioned it's a couple of years to get papers through and all that kind of thing, I would not know about that. As you come in and you're as a a casual academic like I am, and obviously come in to teach and know nothing about this kind of wider sphere around. So if we were going to create this kind of association with obviously way more experienced people in this department, it'd be great to kind of share that kind of information as well, so that those ideas could move forward.
I think that's an excellent idea, because then it kind of progresses, or at least broadens, what kind of research you can do when you get people with different specialities, for example, like a researcher and somebody who's really working hard in the field and look at a problem in two different ways. I think that only helps. I think that's a really, really good idea. Really good idea. Just behind you, please.
I've got to throw it now.
I just had a question to like lecturers and professors. When you guys do like your, as in like, what's the word? The module, sorry, as in like the module evaluation. How do you guys get like the data from the students? Or like, for example, the placement evaluation, how do you guys get?
It gets disseminated down to us, so it gets usually processed through like a central point with the university somewhere, and then it'll get processed down to us. So we'll get the raw data essentially.
And just a follow-up, do you think that's a good way to do it?
To get the feedback, I mean, I'm desperate to get it. Sometimes I'm asking before it's done, because I think it informs, at least for me, what I'm going to do next year. Like we were talking earlier, you have to constantly evolve, and the only way you can do that is based off the feedback that you're given, or guessing, and one is definitely better than the other.
Are you getting asked for your opinion on your modules?
Yeah, so we tend to get we get like a questionnaire.
Mid-module review.
Yeah, that's what it is. So we get that, is like a number scheme from 1 to 5. Then at the end you could add, as in like, comments on how you think the module went, basically.
Yeah. But I think those are very good. I hope we don't get rid of those. Are you done?
Yeah.
All right.
The lady who spoke about joining higher education, what's your name? Yeah. Emily. Emily, you actually indirectly said an entire area of research that this association should be doing, which is surveying and interviewing people like you who are coming into this industry to learn about what others can benefit, and maybe create a publication that can provide guidance for other practitioners who are joining HE. So indirectly, you have created a journal piece that would be very beneficial, not just for everyone in the room, but for people who may want to shift and change careers in the next 5 to 10 years.
I think that's an excellent. Anybody else on this one? Okay, let's move on. We got a couple more here. So one of the things I think is quite interesting of what we can do, and maybe this one's a little bit more for the educators in the room, but what have you learned by comparing how we assess students across different courses? And I'll be honest, this comes from one specific paper I read about it's a journalism paper where they looked at 73 different courses and compared what the assessment was, and they were vastly different. Some similarities, but do you think it would be a good thing across sports media programs to have some standardization, or at least look at how we're assessing, and then see if there is some standardization so that when they get to the field, they've all had somewhat of a similar assessment when they've got there, or maybe the exact same one? And I'm curious if there's any interest in this. Yes, Raph. Where's the mic?
Got it.
Gotcha.
No, I don't think we should.
Okay, hit me.
Sorry. I think that we can definitely benefit from sharing ideas and best practice, but I think that the idea of saying that we should all be assessing students in exactly the same way is actually a bit reductive. And one of the joys of teaching is being creative and trying to kind of think of assessments that suit the resources that we have, the teachers that we have, and the environment that we have, and maybe even the particular cohort of students that we have. And so the idea that we create a standardized assessment, I mean, I don't like it. I think it's a bit too, let's write a GCSE paper for sports journalism, personally.
I think that's a fair point. And yeah, go ahead, back here. And just while you're getting that mic passed back, I do think there's something interesting where we talked today about how sports media is such a varied thing. There's so many things under that umbrella. And, you know, and it might be that we, instead of being more broad, that we start getting a little bit more specific. You know, maybe more sport broadcasting or sport documentary courses that actually get more specific rather than trying to be too broad.
I think as far as assessments is concerned, as somebody who's done a master's degree or is doing a master's degree a decade apart in the UK, I know what it's like when I did my first master's 10 years ago when I had to write an exam for every module to what it is now to write an assessment for every module. Now, generative AI has changed everything, and probably every assessment framework we have for essays is not fit for purpose. So I think it's important, instead of having a standardized assessment, so as to speak, to have assessments that assess what you're trying to teach. And if you have a common foundational framework that you're trying to teach, say for instance, if you are a journalism course, whether you're in Southampton or in Scotland, you're trying to teach them to become a good sports journalist, which comes from finding good stories, which comes from getting sources right. So if that is what you're trying to teach, then you need to have assessments that assess those foundational fundamental skills, because finding a right source is more important than writing a 4,000-word essay on why you should find the right source. Because, I mean, sure, it would be nice to have that published, but at the end of the day, if I'm going to work after I finish my degree, I would much rather know and be assessed on, hey, am I trustworthy? Do I have good communication skills? Can I maintain my source? Can I find stories where other people haven't been able to find them? I think finding that out, assessing that, and assessing those things, objectives of the module, is far more important than having a standardized assessment across all universities.
I guess I would probably agree and say I think it would be great to have almost like a repository of something where we could share students' work that we're excited about or that seem to move the needle for us, you know, that kind of, you know, maybe not with their assessment included, but hey, this is kind of, you know, sort of the bar we're trying to hit in this particular type of course for this particular type of program might be a nice place.
A repository, I think that's a really good idea, or at least even if it is sharing what our assessments are. I think, yeah, very good. Anybody else for this one? One more? Yeah, over here, Johnny. You should play
Yes.
That's a nice pass.
It was a good pass. So I've been involved in private education, private tutoring for around 6 years. So I've done GCSE, A-level students, degree-level students, and I always whinge and whine to them, really. They just listen to me, in the sense that education generally, I can't stand it. I think it's so rigid, and this is a standardised education system that focuses heavily, I've talked to you about this before, Taylor, on exams, whereby so many people are so creative and so wonderful in what they can do and apply themselves to the world, and they're stuck behind the rigidity of answering the same kind of questions with the same kind of answers, where you're learning like a sponge and you're trying to apply that in that certain sense. I think the danger with anything about standardizing anything and putting anything together like that is if it becomes a written-based focused task, which is exam-like, it's limiting the idea, I think, of the university, in the sense of this is what a lot of kids go through up until the age of 18. University should be a chance for the lecturers and the team on that course to open up that creativity, like Raf said, to open up opportunities that are more creative, that aren't limited to writing down on a paper, that aren't limited to exam-style rigidity. But I do like the suggestion of a system where the best work and things are shared and put together. I think that's very good. But I don't like the whole idea of a standardised exam rigidity style focus.
I
needs
certainly
to be
don't
down
think,
to that.
but when I use standardized, I certainly don't mean written, because I think that's gone. I think anything we have to do has to be portfolio or Viva based, pretty much. But I do take your point. Thank you very much.
No comma up to speed either.
Thank you.
2-2 maybe, but I'd have to lock you down.
We sort of went into this one a little bit, so I'm going to skip that one for now about accreditation. And then I want to get to these last two, but I think this is really the one that we can end on, is how do we make sure students can help shape what comes next? And I think this is really the voice that's missing a little bit today, but also it was our first one trying to get off the ground. But I think this is a good question to ponder on our way out the door, because I think it sets a good tone. So, Ian, do you have the mic?
I've not said anything yet. I'm Ian Barnsley from University of Lincoln. Student ambassadors, I think, would be a good opportunity for us to do here. Having a student from every sports journalism course involved in what we're doing here, meeting up with the group when we form it, is a really good opportunity, I would say.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you. I had one up here.
A couple of you might know me as Sani Rudravajula from the Ipso Editors Code Revision podcast, which I made during my master's here in 2020, partly because during COVID I had lost some opportunities to do more broadcast, to find my broadcast voice and doing it, and also revision, even though it wasn't actually something I needed to study for broadcast. I knew writing is quite important, although you might say something otherwise. But whether it was me or whether I had it from the course, I don't know. But I had the agency to go, right, I'm going to make something here that's going to help me and it's going to help others as well. Helping, if you want students to shape what comes next, giving them the agency to do stuff like that helps them, and it helps everyone, right? So ideally, talking about assessment or talking about, do we teach all students in the same way? Well, if students are, mentioned over there about getting together and teaching ourselves, it's kind of the dream, isn't it? And it just so happened they had a student in that year who'd done 10 years of science teaching, so was used to doing this. But yeah, I don't know, if you give them the agency and freedom, you never know what they might produce that could then help.
I think that's
what comes next.
That's a great point. Anybody else for this one? John?
I just wanted to go back to what I was saying with my UCFB. I don't want to keep bragging on about UCFB, but as you know, I mean, it's not just UCFB. It's engagement with students at any level, really. And I think, as you say on the slide, I think an open conversation with students about how to engage. I mean, you teach us in these courses how to engage our audiences. You don't want to make it too long so that they lose interest, and you want to keep engaging your audiences. Well, why don't we hold the teachers to the same standard? If you want to engage the audience, we're the audience. So, engage us and learn about.
You adjust to us when we're always told it's the other way around.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, and you say, obviously the industry is changing. What young people want is changing, and that's evolving. And the course and what is taught is evolving with it. So how it's taught and how you engage with students, I feel would be natural to evolve as well. And as you say, an open student panel, I think, would be good to make that apparent, and get rid of less of me and my UCFB friend not engaging in lectures and playing video games while online lectures are going on.
I think it's great.
So I think that would get rid of that.
Thank you. Back in the back. Give it. Well, let's see it. Nice. Well done, Tate.
Didn't want to be the first drop of the day. I must commend everybody on your handling skills, by the way. It's been pretty impressive. I actually think that this helps us in so many different ways. Earlier we talked about the fact, what does every major media organization want? It wants young people to be consuming their content. What do they never do? Get those people in front of them and actually really talk to them about how it's made, why it's made, and what changes they would like. Yes, they do focus groups, but actually in this environment where you're talking to people who are going to be making that content moving forward. So could you look to create sort of two sides of a coin, if you like, where there is a student panel, but also then there is a panel of people from the top end of the industry, if you like, talking more about what they need to get out of it. So I had a great conversation with Adrian Childs, and the biggest thing he said to me is, please can I just come to your university, because I just want to look at these people, at these 18 to 22-year-olds, and just get an idea of what the bloody hell they do.
Who they are.
What do they want? What would make them turn the radio on? And that was so crucial to him.
You know what answers that question? Research, honestly. And I think some of that is on us at universities to go about. We're with them every bloody day.
Yep.
You know, we should be asking those questions. I think some of that comes back to us. And if we can have that, we can go tell them that answer. We kind of give them value of what we do at university.
But that could, in terms of work experience, work placement, all of those things, you could start to address some of those issues because you'd have all the right people in the right rooms to have some of those conversations.
That's great. That's a great idea. Anybody else? Yeah, Dan Hawkhead. Nah, not today, son.
Safe hands. Rugby league.
Stepping up.
Can't drop the ball.
Flat.
That's true. I don't know if it quite answers the question, but as someone who sort of had that course rep put on him by students, I don't know if it's by Self-Taylor at the time, I'll be honest. I'm a bit against going for a total student panel and going, right, that's your job, because is anyone really good? Did people tell me exactly how they felt about the course? Yes, they did. Did I pass that along when asked? Yes, I did. But did I feel like there was anything did I feel like that was a role that was just sort of given and used as well? I don't really think it was. I think it was just I cracked on with what needed to be done for the course. I listened to the people around me. So I think actually I'd say as someone who came on as a mature student, I sort of connected with the people who really cared about what they were doing and were really, actually took an interest. Those guys, not to use you as another example, the ones that sat and watched match highlights, the ones who sort of came to one or two lectures and then walked out again. I'd actually rather empower the people and give the confidence to the people who actually want to do this for a living. When it's saying, how do we represent those students? Well, they're the people who are going to work in the industry at the end of the day, the ones who want to go out there and are the ones that are going and working with the local teams, who are emailing in to all organisations and saying, look, I just want an opportunity to come and help, or just volunteer, not even get paid for it at this level. We need to be really empowering those people and giving them the confidence. So I don't know whether a panel's the way forward or whether it's just speaking directly to those. I know that it'll be a minority rather than a majority, but surely that takes a switch at some point that people then realise, look, I need to be doing this, that and the other to be. And they'll then build that confidence to then say, no, I can do this. I can be a Clive Tilsey. I can commentate on England. I can front up the athletics coverage with Craig. I think it's empowering those students, I guess, is the point I'm trying to get across. It's about empowering and giving those guys that confidence that we've spoken about so many times today that we've clearly all identified as something that either the majority of students don't have, or it's all the students don't have at this moment in time to be able to step out and go, how do I make that next step into becoming a professional?
Thank you. I'm going to leave it there. I think that's a good place to stop for today. We have made it.
I didn't mean to end it, so.
It is 2 minutes to 5. Great job, everybody. I think we'll close it there. This was awesome. Thank you so much for being here. If you give me a minute, I'm going to need to go down and do it, but there's going to be some money behind the bar at Seven Brothers, which is just around the corner. If you go down, out the door, around the corner to the left, there's Seven Brothers.